August 30th, 2023, at 11:56 a.m. What? I said, staring incredulously at the disheveled man sitting beside me on the park bench. Gaze affixed to the ground, he reluctantly responded, "That's when you're going to die." He sounded exhausted, worn down, defeated, like a soldier coming home from war after his whole unit was wiped out. "That's in 2 minutes. I don't believe you."
Believe what you want, kid. It makes no difference to me.
He glanced up at me, dark purple bags hanging low under his sullen grey eyes. "I will," I said, standing to leave. I'd taken no more than 2 steps when something massive crashed down beside me. I gasped, spinning on my heels. An enormous tree branch lay on the park bench, exactly where I'd been sitting. My eyes grew wide as dinner plates, and my heart began to palpitate wildly in my chest. He was right.
"You're welcome,"
the man said, brushing stray leaves from his suit as he stood. He turned to walk away as I grasped for words. How the man's shoes clacked against the pavement as he left, snapping me away from my stupor. I trotted up next to him. A million questions joggled around in my brain all at once, but one rose to the forefront of my mind. How did he know? "So, thanks for saving me."
"Don't mention it,"
he said, without sparing me a passing glance. "How did you do that?"
"Do what?"
"Oh, come on. You know what I'm talking about. How did you know I was going to die?" The man stopped in his tracks, turning to face me. He locked eyes with me, sending a chill rippling through my body.
"Look, kid. I've had this ability ever since I was a child. It's a curse, and it's ruined my life. Be glad that you don't have to bear this burden."
I stared behind him, pondering his statement. I don't think it would be that bad. It might be nice to know when people are going to die, so I can stop it. Like what you did with me. The man paused, his eyes lighting up as he looked down at me.
"You would actually want this?"
"Yeah, I don't think I'd mind," I admitted, shrugging my shoulders.
"Alright, kid. I'll make you a deal. I'll transfer my power to you. I get a free conscience, and you gain the ability to help as you see it. But I'll only do this on one condition,"
he said, a smug grin tugging at the corners of his lips. I cocked an eyebrow. There it was, the catch. "What? Are you going to ask for my soul or something? If that's the case, then no deal."
"Oh no, nothing major like that. I just want something small, inconspicuous, barely even worth mentioning. My condition is that you can't transfer the power back to me under any circumstances. That's all."
A sense of relief washed over me at his revelation. "Why didn't you just say that in the first place?" "I'll do it," I said, motioning to shake on it.
"I'm glad that we were able to come to an agreement."
The man grabbed my hand with a ferocity that I hadn't known possible. Every muscle and tendon exploded with pain. I tried to yank my hand from the man's grip, but he was too strong. Why are you doing this?" I stuttered, as that awful sensation spread like wildfire to the rest of my body.
"It's not up to me. Think of it as a down payment for the transfer."
The man's visage glowed with pure elation as I dropped to the floor, thrashing violently, desperate to free myself from the absolute torture that I was being subjected to. My whole body ached, every cell in my system screaming in agony. I remember wondering if I was going to die. And then everything went black. I awoke to something scratchy poking me in the face. I groggily leaned up, rubbing my eyes. "Were you dead?" A boy no older than 5 was standing over me, holding a stick. A kid. Lovely. "Nope. I was just tired. So I took a nap." "Where's your mum, buddy?" I asked, brushing away the rocks and dirt that clung to my arms. "She's over there," he said, pointing to a woman in a lavender cardigan sitting atop the same bench that I'd almost died on. "But you're a weirdo," he continued, much to my dismay. "And she doesn't let me talk to weirdos. Bye." And with that he darted away. Normally I'd be happy to be left alone. But as I watched the boy run, my heart plummeted into my stomach, because a date suddenly flashed across my mind. December 18th, 2029. That meant the transfer had worked. But it also meant that boy only had 6 years left to live. Well, this isn't going to be easy. I gradually mustered up the courage to do the right thing. I shuffled up to the woman, anxiously mulling over the words in my mind. I knew that I was going to sound insane, but what else could I do? If I had the chance to save a life, then I needed to seize the opportunity. The woman gave me the once-over as I stood, scanning me up and down like she was a TSA agent, sending me through a metal detector. I know this is going to sound strange, but, I can see people's death dates. Your son's is December 18th of 2029. I just felt like I needed to say something. You know, in case there's a way to prevent it. The woman glared at me as she stood, dramatically snatching her purse. You're right. It does sound strange. And quite frankly, I think you belong in the loony bin. Stay away from me and my son. I grappled for something, anything to say as she furiously marched away. But I kept getting distracted by the number blaring in my mind the entire time I'd been talking to her. September 25th, 2074. I glanced at the boy as his mother hurriedly ushered him into the parking lot. I breathed a sigh of relief. December 16th, 2089. I'd done it. Mission accomplished. Or so I thought. I began walking through the park to return home, ready to plop down in my bed and take a much-needed nap. I was beat. As I continued on, I passed a number of people soaking in the golden afternoon sun. A soccer team practicing shooting drills. 2 preteen girls racing on their bikes. An elderly couple watching the ducks. I knew when they were all going to die. Dates began assaulting my brain like angry hornets. February 10th, 2078. November 24th, 2056. March 19th, 2024. I couldn't stop them. They flooded my conscience, swarming my thoughts relentlessly, and it was driving me insane. I sprinted the rest of the way home, staring at the ground the entire way. I'd made a huge mistake. I needed to figure out how to ditch my newfound ability before I lost my mind. But how? "Hey, Stephen, how was the park?" Mum asked as I trudged through the door. "It was fine," I lied, averting my gaze. "Is everything okay? You're pale. Stephen, look at me." My heart began to thud against my chest like a jackhammer. I really didn't want to. But I was going to have to face my mum eventually. I'd have to deal with it sooner or later. Blood pounded in my ears as I lifted my head. Time seemed to move in slow motion as I begrudgingly glanced up. I was beginning to think that it wouldn't come. But it did. August 6th, 2065. I released the breath that was caught in my throat as unbridled alleviation coursed through my veins like a drug. Mum was going to live to be 81. "I'm fine, Mum. I promise. I'm just tired is all. I'm going to take a nap." "All right, honey," Mum said, a tinge of suspicion percolating her words. "But don't sleep too late. Dinner will be ready in a few hours." I flashed her a thumbs up as I disappeared upstairs. I pushed open the bathroom door, turning on the faucet. I splashed a handful of cold water in my face. Why the hell did I think any of this would be a good idea? I mean, the man literally told me that this ability had ruined his life. My head began to spin. I needed to get a grip. I locked eyes with my reflection. All the color suddenly drained from my face. I nearly passed out, grabbing the shower rod for support. I knelt to the toilet, spewing vomit into the bowl. It's been 2 hours since then, and I'm terrified to my core. Because every time I see my reflection, The date, October 2nd, 2023, won't stop flashing in my head. Chris, what is this?
Marcus, my younger brother, yelled from the kitchen, trying to get my attention. Rolling my eyes, I stopped scrubbing the bathtub and sat back against the wall. "What the hell do you want now?" I responded, annoyed. It was summer vacation, and since my parents both worked full-time jobs and we lived in the middle of nowhere, they decided it was a great day to have Marcus and I clean the entire house from top to bottom. You know, seeing as how we had nothing better to do.
Just come in here and see this, and don't cuss or I'll tell Mum.
Marcus yelled with his own tone of annoyance. Sighing audibly in aggravation, I stood to my feet and left the bathroom. As I walked down the hallway toward the kitchen, I thought about how much cleaning we had left to do. Each step I took only increased my irritation with Marcus for wasting our time with something that probably didn't even matter. Being 9 years old, he had a tendency to get distracted while we were doing chores. This was far from the first time he'd interrupted my cleaning that day to show me some dead bug or especially large dust bunny. But since I was a few years older than him, 3 to be exact, he often called for me to throw things away he thought was gross. I guess it was my duty as the older brother to watch over him in his eyes. I didn't like the idea at that time, but looking back on it now, what I once viewed as annoying little sibling habits, I now view as fond memories. Anyways, after walking into the kitchen, I saw Marcus just standing in front of the sink, almost motionless. "Marcus," I asked, "what the hell are you doing?" He turned to look at me, his face a little pale.
Just come here and see already, and stop cussing,
he replied with a hurried tone. Rolling my eyes again, I moved toward him and the sink, getting ready to put him in a headlock for wasting my time. I swear to God, if this is another dead spider, I'm gonna... My words caught in my throat as my eyes finally fell upon what he wanted me to see. The cabinet beneath the sink was where we stored much of the cleaning supplies for the kitchen. Bleach, rubber gloves, sponges, things like that. But even with the cabinet doors wide open, I didn't see any of the usual household items we kept there. Instead, there was a gaping tube leading downward at an angle, the rim of which appeared to be a sort of red plastic material. "Whoa," is all I could say in my shocked state.
"I told you,"
Marcus said accusingly as he stood beside me. I stepped in front of the cabinet entrance and kneeled down to get a closer look, making sure it wasn't an optical illusion. I raised a hand and stuck it into the tube. Unsurprisingly, it went beyond the entrance with no resistance. Pulling my appendage back and peering down the cylindrical hole, I squinted, trying to see where it led. But it was no use. The red color of the tube was visible for maybe 15 or 20 feet before being swallowed entirely by darkness. Sitting back on my feet, I said, "It looks like a..." Marcus cut me off.
"A slide. It's a slide,"
he said, a little excitement in his voice. I nodded, bewildered,
as I touched the smooth, slippery material of the cylinder's entrance. But what would a slide be doing here? I asked, confused. We don't even have a basement, so where would it go? I looked to my brother for an answer, but behind his excited exterior, it was clear that he was just as puzzled as I was. Maybe it was supposed to be a surprise from Mum and Dad? He asked, doubt lining the edges of his question. I shook my head. No way. We would have noticed if they installed a friggin' slide under the kitchen sink. I guess you're right. Marcus's gaze sank to the floor, seemingly unsure of how to respond to my argument. Standing up, I walked towards my parents' room. My brother turned to face me and asked, "Where are you going?" "To grab Dad's flashlight," I responded, already opening the door to our parents' bedroom. Our father had an especially powerful flashlight, but it was so excessively bright that he kept it on a shelf in their closet, unaware that my brother and I knew its location, and had used it on multiple occasions when our parents were out. I figured if we wanted to see the bottom of the slide, Dad's flashlight should do the trick. After grabbing it, I walked back out to the kitchen where Marcus stood waiting for me. I waved the flashlight around proudly as he smirked back at me in excited curiosity. "Okay, let's see how far this baby goes," I said as I kneeled down in front of the crimson slide, my own curiosity making me equally as excited as my brother. Careful not to point the powerful bulb of the handheld light at either mine or Marcus's face, I switched it on. Instantly, the dark chasm beneath the sink was brightly illuminated. For a second, I thought we were about to make some big discovery. But as I directed the beam down the center of the slide, I furrowed my brow in frustration. "What the hell?" I said in surprise as I gazed down into the abnormality. "I still can't see the bottom." Puzzled, my brother stuck his head just a bit into the slide's now brightly lit entrance. A simple "wow" escaped his lips as he too stared down into the tube. The flashlight must have illuminated more than 50 feet down into the red cylinder, but at the end of its powerful beam still sat nothing but a pitch-black abyss. Not wanting to waste the battery any longer, I turned the flashlight off and set it on the counter next to the sink. Marcus stayed kneeling in front of the sink for a moment as I stood beside him, thinking what our next course of action should be. Both of us were determined to see how far down this mystery slide went, and to where. But as I dug through my mind for ideas, he beat me to one. Quickly standing to his feet, Marcus proclaimed, "I know." And without another word, he darted down the hallway toward our room. A minute or two later, he came back holding something behind his back. A stupid grin smeared across his face. "What is that?" I asked with raised eyebrows. Kicking his feet around nervously, Marcus replied, "Well, I figure if we can't see how far down the slide goes, maybe we can dump something noisy down it and listen for when it hits the ground on the other side." His explanation only increased my confusion, and I asked, "What did you get that would be loud enough?" Giggling like an oaf, Marcus sidestepped around me and toward the kitchen sink, obviously avoiding my question. "Well, it's, he stuttered out. Growing slightly annoyed, I grabbed his arm and tried to pry whatever he was hiding behind his back from him to see what he had. "Just tell me what you got, dude," I hissed through gritted teeth as I wrestled with him. "It's nothing," he screeched back as he struggled against me. As the two of us fought, he managed to get an arm free, and before I could do anything about it, he had thrown a handful of something shiny and metallic down the red tube. Once the small objects clattered against the hard plastic material and began sliding and rolling down the incline, I realized what he had giddily tossed down the slide. Furious, I grabbed my brother by his shirt collar and nearly screamed at him. "Was that my damn coin collection? You little bastard!" Marcus's laughter caught in his throat at my sudden drastic shift in demeanor. His expression changed to one of fear, and he yelled back. Just some of it. The coins are really loud, and once they hit the bottom of the slide, we should be able to hear them clank against the ground. And don't cuss at me, or I'll—" I interrupted him in a childish, mocking tone. "You'll tell Mum and Dad. Maybe I'll tell them how you tossed my coin collection. You little jerk. Who do you think will be in bigger trouble then, huh? I've been collecting those since I was 6, Marcus." My brother's eyes welled up with tears and he let out a small sorry. I glared daggers into him for a moment, then shoved him away from me, exclaiming, "Ugh, whatever." I might have done worse, if not for the fact that the little pest had actually had a decent plan. The coins should make a distinctly different sound when they fall out of the tube and onto the ground. At least, assuming there was solid ground on the other side. Still, we didn't know that for sure, and the knowledge that my brother may have just doomed a chunk of my lifelong coin collection pissed me off. "You'd better hope this works," is all I said to him as the two of us listened to the sound of change slipping downward into the earth. The noise echoed back for quite some time, maybe a good half a minute or so, but with each second they sounded further away, until we eventually heard nothing at all. As angry as I was that I had just lost some of my prized collection, my confusion outweighed my frustration. "How?" is all the English I could muster in my shocked state. Marcus, too, seemed baffled as he stood back up from where I'd pushed him a moment earlier. He looked at me with a mix of guilt and concern before saying, "Chris, I'm sorry." Looking at his face as he teared up only annoyed me more at the time. Without anything to say to him, I left the kitchen and headed for the storage room. The combination of anger and confusion over the situation clouded my better judgment. But I now had a plan to both get my coins back, as well as find out what was at the bottom of that damn slide. A few minutes passed before I returned to where my brother still stood, looking guilty as he fearfully stared down the slide. Turning his attention back to me, he saw what I was carrying, and a new confusion spread across his face. "What's that?" he asked, pointing to what I had slung over my shoulder. "Rope," I answered shortly. Rolling his eyes, Marcus responded, "I know it's rope. What is it for?" As I began tying the rope around the metal leg of our heavy kitchen table, I snarkily answered his question with another one-worded reply. "You." Marcus just kept glaring at me, clearly not understanding what I meant. So once I finished tying off the knot, I explained further. "This is Dad's 100-foot rope. Since you thought it was a great idea to toss my coin collection down the slide, you're going to go and get my coins back." His expression changed to one of horror, and he retorted, No. No way. I'm not doing that. I won't.
I cut him off again. Yes, you are, Marcus. That's what you get. He began crying a little and shaking his head rapidly, letting out an exasperated sigh of irritation. I tried to reason with him. Dude, stop being a baby. You want to find out how far down the slide goes, right? He nodded, tears and snot beginning to dribble down his face. Relax. I'm going to tie the rope around your waist and hold it from up here, so you won't fall down. You'll have almost 100 feet of rope. There's no way this thing goes further than that. And if it does, I'll just pull you back up. Marcus wiped various fluids from his face.
But I don't wanna. It's dark, and it's freaking me out, Chris. Please, don't make me go down there.
He begged. You'll be fine. I promise no matter what happens, I'll hold on to the rope as tightly as possible. Besides, you owe me for losing my coin collection, I argued. I watched him quietly sob for a moment before sighing once more. Grabbing his shoulders and bending down to his level, I tried to reassure him. Come on, Marcus. Just think of it like you're an explorer. You're going to go somewhere mysterious and bring back treasure. He angrily shoved me off him and yelled,
I'm not 5, Chris.
Glaring at him, I yelled back, Fine. You might not be 5, but you act like you are. It was obvious from the way his face contorted that my words stung him, but I kept going anyway. You're such a wimp. You don't want to go down the slide because you're a little baby who has to have his hand held all the time. How do you expect people to respect you if you can't even go down a damn slide on your own? I yelled. For a moment, Marcus looked like he was going to cry again, and an overwhelming amount of guilt came over me. I'd never talked to my brother that way before. Sure, we didn't always get along perfectly, but he was still my little brother, and I loved him. Giving him crap once in a while was one thing, but I started to realize I'd taken things too far. I opened my mouth to apologize, but before I could, Marcus snatched the rope from my hand and began tying it around his waist. Watching him in surprise, I simply asked, Marcus? But this time he cut me off.
Shut up. Shut up, Chris. I'll do it, okay?
Shame shot up my neck, and I realized in that moment how badly I wanted to call the whole thing off. But, with Marcus's newly found bravery, I felt like it would only be further insulting him to do so now. Here, let me tie it for you, I began, but my brother pulled away.
No, I've already got it, and you suck at tying knots anyway.
I laughed and decided to let him have that one, seeing as how I treated him earlier. Once the rope was tied snugly around his waist, Marcus grabbed Dad's flashlight and knelt down before the entrance to the ominous slide, his back facing it. Feeling a little proud of him, I cheered him on. All right, man, you've got this. He rolled his eyes and said, Duh. With that, he began slowly making his way backwards down the slide. I watched his face as he grew further and further into the darkness, as I slowly fed him more and more of the rope. A cold dread began to crawl up my spine as the coil of rope beside me slowly decreased. But seeing Marcus shining the bright flashlight from where he was brought me at least some comfort. How are you doing, Marcus?
I called down the long red tube after him. For a moment, there was no response. Anxiety began to spread like sweat across my back. But to my great relief, my brother soon replied. "I'm okay." His voice echoed back up the slide, sounding far away. Glancing over to check how much rope was left, and seeing that it wasn't much, I grew more nervous. My mind began swimming with awful scenarios. Marcus must have gone down at least 75, maybe 80 feet by now. I could barely even make out the pinprick of light from our dad's flashlight from how far down he'd climbed. And my paranoia was only getting worse with each second that passed. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore, and I called down to Marcus once more. "Hey, Marcus? I think you should come back up now. The rope is almost out."
"What?"
Marcus called back, sounding farther away than ever before. "I said, it's time to abort the mission. I'm pulling you up now."
"No, wait,"
he yelled, practically from the other side of the planet.
"I think I can almost see the bottom."
By this point, the rope was completely taut, and my fear far outweighed my curiosity. It didn't help that I could only barely hear him from how far down he was. I no longer cared about what laid at the bottom of this abomination. I just wanted my brother safely back. "It doesn't matter. Just come back up. Now, Marcus." I yelled down at him, trying not to sound too panicked. He yelled something back, but it was inaudible. Not wanting to argue further with him, I gripped the rope and yelled at him once again to climb back up and forget about the whole thing. But just as the last words left my mouth, I heard a strange hissing sound from behind me. Then, without warning, I found myself nearly being pulled down into the slide, face first, as the rope began falling quickly into its depths. A short scream of abject terror blasted through the claustrophobic cylinder as Marcus began plummeting down into the darkness, well beyond what I could see. I scrambled to catch the rapidly shortening rope, but due to the horrible burning it inflicted upon my hands, I wasn't able to get a good grip on it until nearly its end. Through gritted teeth, I called out in pain for my brother. "Marcus?" I heard screaming and crying echoing back through the slide as my brother called for help. Faintly, I was able to make out, "Chris, what's happening? Pull me back up." "I'm trying," I yelled through a pained expression. My legs strained as I pushed against the entrance to the slide with all the strength I could muster. I pulled at the rope as hard as I could, but the harsh burns on my hands stung agonizingly from my tight grip. More faint screams and pleading could be heard from Marcus as he thrashed around in the slide. I could practically feel his desperation reverberate up through the rope as he tried to climb his way back through the dark, blood-tinted tube. But after what felt like an eternity, I could feel the rope slowly slipping through my now sweat-coated hands. "Marcus, hurry!" I screamed in despair, my cheeks stinging with tears from a mix of pain and terror.
"Chris?"
is the only word I could make out among the otherwise inaudible sounds that shot up the slide. With each passing second, I could feel the rope slipping more and more from my ever-weakening grip. The pain of my burns was excruciating, and my muscles ached intensely. But I refused to give up. This whole thing was my fault, and I couldn't bear the thought of my brother plummeting down this seemingly endless slide because of me. All that said, each passing second, the pain grew stronger and my resolve weaker. By now, so much of the rope had slipped through my bloody grip that only a few inches of it remained. At long last, however, my brother's terrified expression became visible in the darkness. He was almost back up now. "Chris," he sobbed as his hands clawed up the rope and his legs thrashed about, struggling to get a grip against the smooth, slippery plastic inside of the slide. "Marcus," I cried in return, the pain in my hands reaching an unbearable level as I did my best to hold on. Marcus continued his way back toward me, sobbing uncontrollably all the while. His panicked movement made it all the more difficult to keep my grip upon the last inch of rope. "Don't let go," he screamed. I won't." I strained through gritted teeth. He was almost back at the top, and I wasn't going to let him fall now. At least, that's what I kept telling myself, the statement repeating in my mind like a mantra over and over again. But just as he was nearing me, maybe just about 10 feet away or so, I suddenly began to feel an increase in weight on the rope. At first, I thought it was just because my body was getting weak. But when I gazed through blurred vision down at the extra rope that should have been hanging slackly behind Marcus, I could see that it was now taut. It was as if it was caught on something deeper in the slide, or being pulled by something. Panic rose in my chest as I pleaded with Marcus to hurry. But after another second, I felt a strong pull against the few inches of rope I had remaining. Although it didn't cause me to immediately lose my grip, it did cause Marcus to trip within the slide, and the shock that echoed up the few feet of rope left between us was just enough to cause the last bit of it to slip out from my now blood-soaked grip. The most horrible, gut-wrenching scream shattered through the slide as I watched my brother's terror-stricken face fade into the blackness. A broken scream of my own gnawed its way out of my sobbing throat. "Marcus!" was all I could manage as I listened to his awful screams as they slowly got farther and farther down into the bowels of this horrible red tube. I sat there in stunned silence until I could no longer hear any sound from the slide. Then, my senses coming back to me, I ran to grab the phone off the wall and called my father. I tried to explain in panicked, jumbled sobs what had happened as my poor dad did his best to make out my words. He kept asking where Marcus was, but didn't understand what I meant when I said he fell down the slide. I walked back into the kitchen, still carrying the phone as I tried desperately to make my father understand the situation. But when I stepped back in front of the sink, my words caught in my throat and caused me to nearly choke on my tongue. The underside of the sink no longer housed the bright, painfully red playground equipment. Instead, what sat mockingly beneath the familiar repetitive dripping appliance was the equally familiar sight of a cabinet filled with nothing more than a variety of mundane cleaning supplies. I stood there, unable to process what I was looking at, as my father yelled for an explanation on the other side of the phone. I couldn't bring myself to respond to him, and after a moment of silence on my end, he at last yelled in a panicked voice, "I'm coming home," and I heard the line go dead.
When he arrived home about 20 minutes later, my dad found me standing in the very same spot I'd been when the call ended, just staring into the cabinet with wide eyes, filled with terror and confusion. He grabbed my shoulders and demanded I tell him where my brother was. When I didn't reply, his angry demeanor crumpled into one of desperation, and he began begging me to tell him where Marcus was. My father wasn't the type of man to show much emotion beyond anger, but something in his concerned and scared tone caused my eyes to swell with tears. Although I cried, I still could not find the words to explain to him the circumstances that led to his being home early. Although I cried, I still could not find the words to explain to him the circumstances that led to him being home early. I could not cohesively form an explanation for what had taken his youngest son. So, instead, I raised my arm and simply pointed into the underside of the kitchen sink. This pale attempt at answering the question, "Where the hell is Marcus?" was not taken well by my father, and while I knew he didn't mean to, his anger and panic got the better of him. He slapped me hard across my snot-soaked face and stormed off to search through our home. I stayed glued to the spot before the sink as I listened to my father rip apart the house, calling for my brother. Moments later, he rushed past me to the back door, and I heard him calling for Marcus more in the backyard. I wanted to follow him, to tell him he wouldn't find Marcus out there, to tell him again that my brother had fallen into the slide. But the sting on my cheek convinced me it would be a bad idea. After Dad searched for a bit longer, he finally returned to the back door and rushed to the phone. He picked it off the ground from where I'd dropped it, ignoring me entirely, and called the police. When they arrived, they searched the premises more thoroughly for any sign of my brother, going through every nook and cranny of the house, to no avail. My father did, however, notice that his flashlight and rope were missing, and that's when he came to me and once again begged for answers. When he began to get hysterical, a police officer pulled him away and said that they would talk to me. They sat me down at the dining room table and questioned me. Initially, I was of course hesitant. My father didn't believe me about the slide, so why would they? But after some coaxing, they managed to convince me to tell the story. The whole story. After I was finished, they simply stared at me. Even my 12-year-old brain was able to see plainly that the looks they gave me were accusatory. They tried to spin some story about how my brother had taken my coin collection, and that I became angry enough to steal my father's rope and tie him up in the wilderness somewhere to die. They demanded I tell them his whereabouts, but of course, I didn't know where he was. As a result of my story and the missing rope, flashlight, and coin collection, I was detained on suspicion of kidnapping my brother, and a widespread search ensued around the wilderness surrounding our home. When there was no body found, the police decided they didn't have enough evidence to keep me, and I was released back into my parents' custody. Sadly, the lack of evidence wasn't enough to sway my parents that I'd done nothing wrong, and they went on resenting me until I moved out about 6 years later. To this day, I have almost zero contact with them, and I know it's because they still think I had something to do with Marcus's disappearance. I hated them for a long while, but now that I'm nearing my 30s and have children of my own, I think I understand why they blame me. After all, who else was there to blame? My brother is still missing, and even I blame myself for that. I shouldn't have made him climb into that damn slide. We should have just left it alone and waited for our parents to get home. Or even just ignored our chores and gone outside to play or something. But I can't change the past. All I can do is look toward the future. I have a family now, and my own children are the most important part of my life. If all this has taught me anything, it's that my children will never go down a slide. Especially not one under the kitchen sink.
This entire situation is so outlandish that I don't know what to do. I'm not very tech savvy, but I've been in this community for a while, and maybe you guys can give me some advice, or point me to somewhere more appropriate. Anyway, I'm in my early 20s, just graduated and moved into a new apartment a month ago. The landlord is a little eccentric, but he's nice enough, and the room was amazing with how cheap it was. As soon as I moved there, my landlord, Mr. Gents, handed me a folded up paper and told me to never break these rules. I unfolded the paper to find only 3 rules on it. Rule number 1. Do not open your front door between 3 to 4 a.m. Rule 2. Do not bring candles onto the premises. Rule 3. Do not use the kitchen tap after sundown. They were peculiar rules, but fine enough, since I didn't do any of those things anyway. I just filled up my water bottle before the sun set, and I was good. Anyway, I've read a lot of these stories on here about experiencing this stuff, and I think that's what my landlord was doing. He was trying to protect tenants from some sort of supernatural entity. I've encountered all the common things one does with these entities. One day I woke up at almost 3:30 in the morning, and I heard knocking on my door. I got up to investigate it, and then the sound suddenly stopped. I looked through the little peephole in the door to see if there was someone looking for me, and the knocking started up again, but louder. It felt like someone was throwing themselves against the door. I was freaked out, but I remembered the rules and just went back to bed. Another time I went to put my dirty dishes in the sink, at around midnight, and I found some red liquid dripping from the tap. It looked like blood, but I didn't get close enough to see if it smelled coppery. Again, I remembered the rule and decided to just stay away from the sink until morning. The sink was clean when I woke up. I turned on the water, and it was clear as ever. The weird thing is that after a few weeks of living there, more things started happening. Suddenly, doors I remembered shutting were open. Food in my fridge was gone, and there were only crumbs in its place. And even my lights started shutting off on their own. These didn't have anything to do with Jence's rules, but I figured I'd still be fine since I followed them. It wasn't until my bedroom door slammed itself shut for the third time that I realized this entity wasn't so harmless. I was just watching YouTube in my room when it slammed shut. It had been doing it all day, so I was getting increasingly annoyed. I stood up and stomped towards the door, ready to throw it open. As soon as I grabbed the handle, I yelped back in pain. The handle was as hot as a stove. I had never been hurt by anything in this apartment before, so I'll admit that this did startle me. I wrapped my shirt around the handle, shoved it open, and ran out of my apartment with my tail between my legs. "Well," Jen said, contemplating my retelling of the above events, "I told you not to break the rules." "I didn't," I told him, a bit louder than I intended. "I've followed these rules for 20 years. None of this has happened to anyone who hasn't broken them." "I followed the rules exactly," I said, exasperated with him. He would never believe me, no matter how convincing I tried to be. He just remained silent while waiting for me to stop bothering him. "Then what does someone do if they have broken them?" The old man looked at me, stroking his beard in thought, before he finally responded. "Keep following the rules." I asked for more, but he didn't budge. He motioned for me to leave and started closing the door in my face. He seemed so nonplussed about the situation that I decided to do just what he said to. I kept following the rules for a while, but it kept getting worse. There wasn't a day I didn't have a cut or a bruise on me from my apartment. One day, the knife rack would fall over right onto my hand. The next, my perfectly fine chair would break while I was sitting on it. It's been a few weeks since these attacks started getting worse. I know I should have moved out, but I think I waited too long. 3 days ago, I felt something watching me as I tried to sleep. 2 days ago, I noticed something standing in the corner of my room. The lights were off, but I saw its eyes shining in the moonlight. It was a darkness looming over me, looking at me as it thought I was sound asleep. The worst day was yesterday, because I swear I saw it standing closer to my bed. This thing was in the middle between me and the wall, like it was taking its time to creep up on me. It's getting late, but this thing will get me if I don't do something. I just know it. I feel like a helpless prey caught in its trap. What do you do when the rules stop working? I just looked into my bedroom, and I swear I saw something glinting in the corner. Has anyone dealt with this before, or have any way to get rid of it? You guys seem like experts on this stuff, and I could use your help. I really don't want to go to bed tonight. Honey, come downstairs. Your dad's home. My mum's voice calling out such an ordinary and familiar phrase enveloped me in a sense of comfort, like the feeling of pulling a warm blanket up to your chin on a cold night. Instinctively, I swung my legs off the bed to get up, but as my feet hit the floor, I felt the cool wood send a shock through my whole body, turning the blanket to ice. Dad. I blinked. Did I hear that right? Blinked again. Checked the time. Pinched my arm. Nope. Definitely awake. My eyes flicked to the framed photo on my bedside table. My gaze lingering on the smiling face of my dad, with his arms wrapped around my grinning 10-year-old self. My chest tightened, my heart gripped by the unforgiving hand of grief. The same hand that's had a hold on me for 6 years, ever since the day we lost my dad. I sat frozen on the edge of my bed, certain I'd imagined it. The output of an overworked and overtired brain filling in the blanks of the odd misheard word, resulting in an entirely different meaning to what was actually said. Surely. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady as I replied. What? Mum? The breath hadn't helped. I winced at the far from subtle crack in my voice. Your dad's come home. Isn't it amazing? I felt my heart rate quicken in tandem with my brows pulling together. Confusion quickly gave way to concern as I heard the excitement that saturated my mum's words. Unmoved from my position, I made a mental check that I still had the family counselor's number saved in my phone, Dr. Finner, I believed. I'd never liked her myself, but she seemed to do a lot of good for Mum in those first couple of years. Unbidden, my thoughts drifted back to that time. My heart squeezed again at the memory of the lost look on my mother's face as she set the table for free, or made 2 cups of tea in the morning, her grief-stricken mind unable to accept a world without her other half. I blinked away the tears that sprung to my eyes at the thought of her returning to that state. I was pulled from my brooding by the sound of footsteps on the stairs, trying to still myself enough to have sufficient strength for my mum and myself before she reached my bedroom. As the door swung open, my heart nearly broke all over again when I saw the pure joy in my mother's eyes. Mum? It took 2 attempts to get the word out, the first too weak to make it past the lump in my throat. It's a miracle, isn't it? I always knew this would happen. I knew he'd come back to us one day. I tried to tell you. I tried to tell them all. Even when you all told me I was wrong, told me I was crazy. Even his parents, his own brother. Everyone else gave up on him, but I always knew. Her delight spilled out of her in a torrent of words. Words that faded in my ears as I tried once again in vain to swallow down the mass of barbed wire and broken glass in the back of my throat. She'd made so much progress. After fruitlessly waiting for a gap in my mother's rambling, I gently cut her off as I slowly rose on trembling legs, afraid she would break apart completely if I moved too suddenly. Mum, Dad's not with us anymore, remember? She gave me that look, the one she would give me when I was 6 years old and sat at the kitchen table after school, confidently telling her of the fairies that lived at the bottom of the playground. And they definitely were there, because Stephanie said she saw them that one time, and that I just had to take all our jam jars in tomorrow so I could bring them home, and we'd have our own fairies. It was a look of pity, of sympathy, of wanting to correct my mistakes without hurting my feelings. But I wasn't mistaken. This time, I was the one in the difficult position of letting the one you love down gently, like trying to guide a bubble to the ground without it popping. I stepped into the spike-studded soles of those shoes, flushing out the bitterness of my tongue with the same love and patience she had shown me all those years ago. Mum, he's not back. He's not coming back. Dad's dead. Mum, I'm sorry. I know how much it hurts. I miss him so much too, but you have to remember. This was as far as I got before every cell of my body, every fiber of my very being, turned to stone, solidified in an instant by a voice.
What are you talking about, Tiger?
I couldn't breathe. I felt the world spinning around me as I heard those words. That voice I knew so well. That nickname I'd had to accept I'd never hear again. It couldn't be. Dad? I barely recognized my own voice as it crawled from between my frozen lips. This wasn't right. My dad was dead. The night we got the call still infected my dreams. Flashes of the police station, waiting outside the morgue for Mum as she identified the body. We buried him. But he stood there, in the doorway, lopsided smile on his lips, looking just how I remembered he did. Or were his eyes always this dark? Was he always that pale? I couldn't get my thoughts together. I could almost physically feel my life as I knew it slipping away from my grasp. Feel my hold on reality itself sliding through my fingers like silk. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. My last clear memory of that day is the feeling of falling back towards the bed, seeing the looks of concern on both my parents' faces as my mind warred with itself over whether to feel overwhelming joy or pure, unfiltered terror. That was 2 weeks ago. I wish I'd held on to that joy while I had even some of it. I barely left my room the first few days. Mum and Dad fell straight back into married life. And sometimes I could almost pretend as if everything was normal and nothing had happened. But this wasn't my dad. Something just wasn't right about him. Mum couldn't seem to see it. But he'd always be slightly too tall, too thin. His features would be too large or his skin too tight. It was difficult to pinpoint what exactly was off about him, but he wasn't ever quite Dad. Not to mention how he'd conveniently disappear whenever someone visited the house. The first time, it was my uncle, Dad's brother. I tried to mention the situation in conversation, but my uncle just looked at me with poorly disguised concern for my mental state, and Mum just quickly moved the conversation along, not even sparing me a glance. I never tried to bring it up with anyone again after that. I mean, how could I? What could I say that wouldn't make me seem like I was losing my sanity? It was midway through the second week when I tried leaving the house, and when I realized that this thing wearing my dad's face wouldn't let me leave. I dared to venture from the relative sanctuary of my bedroom to attend a birthday party my friend was having a few streets over. But as I came down the stairs, I found him there at the bottom, standing in the hallway, staring at me, a smile plastered on his face that was just a little too wide.
"You can't be going out now, Tiger. I've made dinner for us."
He stretched out an arm that was slightly too long to indicate the dinner table, where my mum sat eating. 2 places sat beside her with the plates of food ready and waiting. I tried to swallow the tears that threatened to fall when I saw her. She'd been looking worse by the day, her cheeks hollowing and the bags under her eyes darkening. They almost looked black now. I turned my gaze back to the thing that wasn't my dad in front of me, and attempted to stammer out an explanation of wanting to attend the party to wish my friend a happy birthday. My efforts were met with stony silence. He continued to stand there, arm extended, that smile still on his face. I don't think I could even see him breathing. I retreated to my room after that, sputtering an excuse about not feeling well and not wanting to upset my stomach. I took the stairs backwards, not wanting to take my eyes off whatever this thing was. He didn't move a muscle as I backed away. I never even saw him blink. I didn't leave my room after that, except when absolutely necessary, to grab food from the fridge to take back to my sanctuary. I tried to go at night, when I expected them to be asleep, but he was always there. He'd be in the kitchen, or sitting in the living room with a book open on his lap, no matter what the time was. The same book, every time. I tried not to notice that he never turned the page. I felt completely lost on what to do. I spent my days feeling like a piece of prey, a tiny rabbit trembling in my poorly defended burrow, while an unnatural beast prowled outside. I barely slept, and the few hours I could manage were fitful. My dreams plagued by incomprehensible figures with eyes so full of malice, I felt I was choking when I met their gaze. I lived as a ghost, perpetually stuck in limbo, with no way out. That all changed yesterday. I woke in the morning, just after 11 a.m., and something felt different. I sat up, gradually returning to full consciousness as I tried to muddle through the cobwebs in my mind to put my finger on what was wrong. It was too quiet. My stomach fell away through the floor, dread wrapping its cold fingers around my windpipe. Mum was a morning person, always had been. By this time, she would have been up for hours, busying herself around the house with one thing or another. I strained my ears until my head ached, desperately searching for the clattering of dishes, the sound of the radio. Nothing. Why is there nothing? The seconds seemed to stretch out into eternity, my pattering heartbeat echoing in my ears, far too loud in the silence. I willed my feet to move, trying to kick my body into gear to find answers to the question that terrified me so much. After far too long, I managed to slowly ease myself up, wincing at every creak and shift that echoed louder than I wanted it to. I cracked open the door, attempts to stifle my ragged breathing, never quite succeeding. The house was dark, despite the fact I could see bright sunlight through the small gap in my bedroom curtains. All the upstairs rooms were unoccupied. So, with the chasm of dread in my stomach widening impossibly further, I turned my attention to the staircase. The path down the stairs looked more formidable than ever before, and I paused at the top for longer than I'd care to admit. Every step I took, as I eventually made my descent, sent a fresh chill down my spine, the continued absence of any signs of life making my heart pound harder with every stare. By the time I reached the floor, it felt almost bruised, like a bird slamming itself frantically against the cage bars that were my ribs. The kitchen door was open, but the curtains inside were drawn and the lights off. I crept to the doorway, and the incessant fluttering of my heart seemed to freeze as I saw him at the kitchen table, sitting there in the dark, watching me, that same smile on his face. Did he have too many teeth?
"Morning, Tiger. How did you sleep?"
Words failed me as I stared back at him, fear refusing to ease its hold on my vocal cords. I'm not sure his mouth even moved in the dark. Only the sound of my strained breath filled the silence between us. As my gaze flitted desperately around the room, looking for something, anything to ease my worries. Where was she? At last I couldn't take it anymore, and I voiced the question spinning through my mind. The words grated through my teeth, barely more than a whisper. "Where's Mum?" His stare was unrelenting, smile never wavering for a second.
"Morning, Tiger. How did you sleep?"
My vision blurred. From tears or fright, I'm not sure. I backed slowly from the room, unwilling to take my eyes from the threat for even a second. Where is she? The desperation dripped from my words like the tears down my face as I backed down the hallway, those same words following me like a deadly pursuer, as I finally turned and started running from room to room in a futile attempt to find my one last connection to something real, something ordinary, in the nightmare that had become my daily life.
"Morning, Tiger. How did you sleep?"
She wasn't there. She hadn't left the house in days on end. Why wasn't she here? I called for her like a newborn, my wails echoing against the walls of empty rooms, despair making its home in every bone in my body. I was alone in the house, nobody with which to seek solace from whatever was at my kitchen table, still sitting there, completely unmoving, as I confirmed when I eventually returned to the doorway of the kitchen. The tide of pure panic within me had been rising steadily, and I could feel myself sinking deeper into it, the surface receding from sight and taking the last of my strength with it. I couldn't stay here any longer. I backed out of the kitchen and turned, making for the stairs. Closed my eyes, breathed in, out. Another step. In, out. Go. Before I could second guess myself, I threw myself past the bottom of the stairs and sprinted down the hall. I kept my focus trained on the handle and my path to it, allowing it to linger on what I'd do once I was out, or on whatever it was I could hear beginning to move after me on too many legs. Would risk a mistake I couldn't afford to make. Not when I was this close. The hallway had never felt so long in my life. But finally, one hand closed around the cool metal, the other twisting the lock. And then I was wrenching the door open and bursting into the outside world. I couldn't stop to savor my freedom, couldn't take even a second to plan my next move. I just had to keep running. I don't know how long I ran for. I don't know where I ran, or why, or even how I managed to get the deep gash in my knee along the way. All that was in my mind was that I had to get away. I was nearly 2 towns over before I let myself stop. Or, more accurately, before my legs collapsed beneath me and I had to half crawl, half drag myself off the small back road and under the cover of some bushes. Ragged gasps of air clawed their way down my throat as I lay on my back, waiting for the world to stop spinning, numb to the sticks and rocks knifing into my spine. At some point, I resolved to head to my uncle's. He lived on the outskirts of the town I was nearing, and given that I couldn't feel my feet already, I wasn't adverse to the walk. Besides, where else could I go? It was getting dark, and the thought of being outside, exposed, and with limited vision, was not an appealing one. It did occur to me on the way there that my destination of choice was a predictable one. However, with my uncle believing my dad to be as dead as I did, he was hardly going to hand me over to someone, or something, that suddenly showed up looking like him, was he? I will stand by that judgment. My reasoning was sound. But as my uncle swung open the door, I was met not with the look of surprise at seeing me there I was expecting, but rather an expression of concern and barely concealed pity. I felt my heart start sinking already. He took a cautious step forward, raising his hands as if approaching a nervous animal. I saw the phone in his hand, and immediately suspected he'd been forewarned of my arrival. No. Please. Hey, love. It's okay. Just come inside for a minute, yeah? I took a step back to match his one forwards, feeling like I was locked in some dangerous dance I'd never agreed to participate in. Come on now. Your dad called. He's worried about you. No. All at once, my sinking heart decided to make an emergency U-turn and leapt into my throat, making me feel like I was going to be sick. Instead, what came out of my mouth was a shaky combination of a shout and a sob. What are you talking about? Dad's dead. He died, and you know this. You know. What is happening? What? The sobbing won out, and my voice died in my throat, and I watched the concern deepen on my uncle's face. He took another step toward me, and fear took charge of the controls in my brain. and I was running back down the drive before I'd even finished processing his movement. He shouted after me, but I couldn't stop to listen. Couldn't stop for anything. I spent most of the night alternating between running and walking. I couldn't remember a time I'd done this much exercise. It's amazing what a primal fear of death can do to your stamina. Even more so when that death is to be delivered by something so unnatural, something so wrong. I spent a couple of hours resting in a hollow tree trunk deep into the woods when I was too exhausted to keep going. I dozed off a couple of times, but every slight noise had me jerking awake, muscles tensed and breathing way too fast. Sometime in the morning, I stopped at a petrol station to get a couple of sandwiches and as much water as I felt I could afford. Thankfully, I'd put on my jacket before leaving my room the day before, so I had some cash to survive, albeit a worryingly small amount. It crossed my mind to take a bus or train somewhere, but I didn't want to spend all of my meager funds on a ticket, and the thought of being in one vehicle with no exit for any significant length of time set my heart racing on its own. I've walked all day. I have no destination in mind, but every time I stop, I see whatever it was sitting at my kitchen table, wearing that smile that chills me to my core, and I keep going. I just want as much distance between me and it as possible. That brings me to here and now. I'm sitting in a small diner attached to another petrol station, tucked into a corner on the least visible table I could find, dining on a small starter and gulping down more water. As soon as I finish recording this, I will be running as fast and as far as I can. It's all I can think to do. But I don't think I'll last very long now. You see, as I was basically licking my plate clean of any remaining scraps, I heard my name spoken. Every muscle in my body froze, and I looked around in terror, dreading the sight of that goddamn smile again. But nobody had spoken it. It came from the TV. I felt shock and absolute terror seize hold of my limbs as I saw a photo of me posted up on the screen, overlaying footage of the thing claiming to be my dad, addressing the public imploringly, begging for help in bringing his beloved daughter back home. And standing there next to it was my mother. But it wasn't her. It was clear to me, even through the grainy quality of the cheap TV screen. Her limbs were slightly out of proportion, her movements just a bit too jerky and unnatural. This thing has got to her too. I can't help but think that's why my uncle seems to have forgotten about my dad's death. Maybe now it has another body, another life to consume. It's stronger somehow. And knowing this means I can't be sure who else it has taken over. I can't trust anyone now. I am recording this with the intention of sending it to every contact I have, and posting it everywhere I can think of. I don't think I have much of a chance of getting away from this, especially now the police are searching for me. For those of you who know me and are receiving this, if you take nothing else from this message, remember this. I will not be coming home. I promise you now, if I ever return, it is not voluntarily. And if I do, be warned. The next time you see me, it won't be me anymore. For those seeing this online, I can only advise you be on your guard. This thing clearly can spread, and I don't know how or how fast. It may already exist elsewhere for all I know, but if not, it definitely will soon. So please, trust your gut. If a loved one miraculously returns from the dead, look for the signs that something is off, something inherently wrong about them. Look for the eyes that are too wide, or the smile that has too many teeth. Because chances are, if your instincts are telling you it's not human, it isn't. Did anyone ever mention the phrase, "misery loves company," to you in conversation? Well, that was the truth between my boyfriend and I. My boyfriend, Connor, and I met at our local park about 5 years ago. We both had been going through dark times in our lives and had conveniently sat on the benches adjacent to each other near the giant oak tree in the middle of the park. I remember the sad look in his eyes as I approached him, his beautiful emerald eyes meeting my own. I remember his silky brown hair, matching the same color and texture as mine. Even our highlights matched in color. I sat next to him and started a bit of small talk, mostly about the local politics. Our soft conversation quickly became heated and full of laughter. Turns out we shared a lot in common. I was an avid kayaker that traveled to different spots around the country. And turns out, so was he. I had a beautiful silver GMC Hummer to drag my kayak trailer around. He ended up walking me back to my car in the nearby parking lot, and I noticed he had the same style car as mine. I didn't see any problems when we found his car parked next to mine. In fact, I was overjoyed. Over the next 5 years, we grew closer and closer, sharing exact interests. We moved into a small townhouse together about 2 years in, went shopping and decorated it to look like a fishing cabin, and adopted 2 beautiful German shepherds. We were overjoyed to see our little home coming together. Connor brought up the idea of marriage at our 5-year anniversary. I wasn't thrilled about the idea, seeing as wedding planning would affect my progress of getting my PhD in marine biology. He seemed happy with my response, as he was studying for his master's in psychology and wanted to take his time. I don't know why, but his response caught my attention. Something felt eerie about it, but nothing I could pinpoint. Over the next few days, I noticed more and more about Connor that perplexed me. His body shape matched mine, minus the womanly features, of course. His waistline was thin, small muscle lines extending from his navel to upper chest. his pelvic bones slightly pointed out from his skin. His arms lacked muscle, and his hands were bony. I looked the same, mostly due to an eating disorder I was working my way out of. His feet were abnormally large for a normal human size, and his nails grew long and oddly sharp, quicker than I've ever seen, which, apart from his slightly taller stature, was the only difference we had. His hair, cheeks, eyes, and nose matched my own. I chalked this up to genetics being genetics in the past, but now that I've had a second look, everything seemed off. I brought this up to my sister over the phone and requested that she talk to my mother. My mother and father are both scientists for a place called Vermilion Laboratories, and have been there since they were fresh out of university. I could sense a sudden hesitance in her voice at my request. Celia, you should go see Mum in person, she said with a small quake in her voice. Why? She cut me off. Just do it. It's for your own good. I sighed. Okay. I grabbed my keys and plunged towards the front door. Hey, honey, I heard from the living room. Connor peeked his head out from the side wall. Where are you going? My sister told me to go see my mum about something. Why? I lifted my keys to set them into the lock, only for Connor to grab me by the wrist. I turned back, a wild look in his eyes greeting mine. Don't go. He jolted, trying to snatch the keys from me. I wrestled my arm back from him. His nails dented into my skin, tearing away flesh as he stumbled back. I quivered in shock. 3 long open wounds had been torn into my arm, pouring blood into the cracks of the wood floor. Connor backed off in shock, his wild look shifting into panic. Without a second thought, I slammed my keys into the lock. I blacked out. The last thing I saw was Connor lunging at me, and the door flying open as I made my escape. My consciousness came back in my car at Vermilion Labs. I looked at my arm. The wounds were long and deep. I took a pocket knife and cut my shirt to use as a dressing for my wounds, then quickly made my way inside, only to turn back and see Connor leaping out of his car at the end of the lot. I ran as fast as I could. Connor was right on my tail. Celia! His roar made my hair stand on edge. What the hell did I fall in love with? Who the hell is this man? Endless questions filled my mind as I ran down the seemingly endless halls. I made my way to the basement of the lab, hopping over the ledge that kept visitors from entering. I hit the first stair, only to feel my ankle give away. I braced myself, each stair impact leaving bruises on my body. Connor's voice was far away enough to lend me a bit of relief. The basement was pitch black. Small flashing red buttons from the side walls punctured the darkness. I felt around, sliding my hands along the walls, coming to a switch at the edge of the room. I turned. only to see a red button turn its trajectory towards me. I felt a shiver go down my spine. The red flashing lights were not buttons. They were eyes. I flicked on the lights to see Connor. Not just one, but tons. All adorned in white jumpsuits, different numbers on each one. I froze in place. A pair of hands grabbed my shoulders. A light breath against my ear.
I was made for you, Celia. Don't you see?
It's been a month since that post. The Connors made a unified decision that I would never leave this place. I wish I could run away, but sadly, I can't. They just finished eating my legs a couple days ago. I was able to drag myself to a computer to record this story. I learned my lesson the hard way. So please, all of you, if you meet a person who looks exactly like you and shares all your interests,
meet them. They were made just for you. The summer after I graduated, my best friend Linus and I decided to bid a definitive farewell to our childhood with a trip to the United States. It was something we had both talked about for a long time and had saved up money for. A fairly generous contribution from my parents, who thought it would be good for us to get out and see the world, also helped us along. After a few days of partying and sightseeing in New York, we continued our journey into the country. By the time we got to Nashville, we were tired of hitchhiking with shady truck drivers and rickety Greyhound buses, so we decided to buy a car. Back then, it was fairly easy to buy an old, half-broken car for a dime, and in the end, we chose a 1961 Ford Ranchero. Blue, ugly as hell, and ready to fall apart at any moment. We loved it. The feeling of freedom was immense as we drove along the southern roads, switching between country music stations and feeling the summer air rushing through the old Ford. After a wild weekend partying in Memphis, we slowly realized that both time and money were running out. I was supposed to start my job at my dad's company in a few weeks, and Linus was due to start at a retirement home around the same time. We looked at a map and decided to make one last trip with the Ranchero, heading down to New Orleans to experience the magic of Bourbon Street before heading home. Getting out of Memphis proved more difficult than expected. The traffic jams made us both impatient and irritable, and sometime in the afternoon, we decided to take a detour southward, Highway 49. Although it turned out to be a good decision in terms of traffic, it didn't take long before darkness enveloped the car. Rain clouds hung heavy, and a stifling, electric-charged air silenced us as a headache crept in. Eventually, neither of us wanted to drive anymore, so we pulled off at a motel north of the town of Clarksdale, Mississippi. The pleasure of taking off our sweaty clothes, jumping into the shower,
and then pouring a bourbon while the thunderstorm raged outside was very comforting. Linus and I sat on the separate beds in the motel room, American TV playing in the background, a bottle between us, talking away for hours. I still remember it as one of the most beautiful nights of my life. After a few hours, the rain had eased and the clouds had cleared. We were both quite tipsy, and felt a walk would do us some good. The moon hung gigantic over the hills and woods of Mississippi, and its blue-white light gave a mystical, yet secure feeling as we walked in the middle of the night. By midnight, we reached a major crossroads and decided it was a good place to turn back. The night had turned chilly, and our legs weren't as spry as we'd hoped. About 100 feet before the crossroads was a large information sign. The always curious Linus stopped to read, while I took a moment to relieve myself. When I returned, Linus looked at me with wide eyes. "Do you know what this crossroad is?" he asked, barely containing his excitement. "No," I replied. "Isn't it just a regular crossroads?" "This is where Robert Johnson sold his soul to the devil," Linus said, looking at the board once more. A while later, Linus, who was very interested in music, had told me all he knew about the blues icon Robert Johnson, who was said to have sold his soul to the devil, right here, at the crossroads north of Clarksdale. In exchange, Johnson was said to have been granted the gift to play guitar like a master. Johnson had become one of the real legends in music, even long after his death. Robert Johnson died at the age of 27 in 1938, probably from syphilis. Before I could react, Linus had left my side and was now running towards the crossroads. His long legs marched over the summer-burnt grass. In the moonlight, his figure looked almost dreamlike. The darkness laid heavy on the landscape, and it was impossible to see more than a few yards into the void. I constantly felt that we were being watched, that something was out there. I didn't want to stay. I just wanted to go back to the motel and sleep. The story of the Devil's Crossroads had made me uneasy. I've always been quite timid, especially afraid of ghost stories. Still, I followed my best friend. When I arrived, Linus stood in the middle of the crossroads, arms outstretched and gaze turned upward. "Come on," he shouted, as if he saw something far above. "Stop it. It's not funny." I tried, but Linus continued. "I sell my soul, if only we can be best friends forever. If I can be his best friend forever, you have my soul." He laughed at his prank and twirled around, looking upward. Linus was in excellent spirits when we returned to the motel, and insisted that we sit down in the bar of the roadhouse next door. We still had enough money to cover gas to New Orleans, plane tickets home, and a bit extra, so I figured it wouldn't hurt if we spent a few bucks on drinks. I was still a bit shaken from the event at the crossroads. We played pool, talked to strangers. When Linus went outside to smoke with an older woman he had met, I noticed a man at the bar that I hadn't seen all night.
It was strange, as it was a small bar, and the same 10 or 15 people had been there the whole evening. But I couldn't remember seeing this man before. What really struck me was that he was staring straight at me. There was no doubt about it. He wore a black suit, a white shirt with a blood-red tie, long, black, slicked back hair, and a well-groomed beard that framed his pale face. But it was his eyes that really stood out. Deep, cold, black eyes, staring straight at me. I tried to acknowledge him with a quick nod. The man smiled, got up, and approached me. "I hope you know what you're getting into," the man said in a deep, almost trembling bass voice in perfect Swedish. I was taken aback by his words and couldn't utter a syllable. The man smiled again, reached into his jacket pocket, and took out a white pill bottle without a label. It rattled as he shook it demonstratively. "He'll need these," the man said, handing me the bottle. I took it without saying anything, as if all my critical thinking had been blown away. Accepting a bottle of pills from a stranger in the middle of the American countryside wasn't exactly what I had planned for the evening. I looked down at the bottle, opened it, and saw that it was filled with small red pills, hundreds of them. When I looked up again, the bar counter was empty. The man had disappeared. The rest of the trip went smoothly. We had an unforgettable weekend in New Orleans, sold the ranchero for a few $100s, and a few days later, we were back in Sweden. So, why am I telling you this? Well, I've started having serious problems. 25 years have gone by since that summer in the United States, and Linus is very ill. I didn't fully realize how bad his condition was until today. The day started like most others. I woke up, had breakfast, kissed my children and wife goodbye, and drove to work. As usual, I handed over the car keys to Edward, who was waiting outside the building and greeted me. I entered, said hello to all the staff, and took the elevator to the 18th floor, where I have my favorite office. The morning went well. We planned a consulting trip to Dubai. I had a successful meeting with an investor for a new project. And then I had a nice lunch with the finance minister at a pretty decent restaurant in downtown Stockholm. It was on my way back to the office when a notification on my mobile phone alerted me. Linus's medication was all the note from my calendar app said. I sighed, having forgotten that it was today. Perhaps I should clarify a few things, since I haven't been completely honest in this story. Or, more accurately, I've omitted a few details. Firstly, I should mention that I have been very successful in life. Shortly after returning home, I got a job at my father's company, and when he passed away a few years later, I took over his stock portfolio, including majority shares in all the companies. I made successful investments in factories in China, India, and South Africa, and made profitable placements in real estate and commodities. Call me old-fashioned, but I firmly believe that one has to put in the effort to get anywhere in this world,
and that every man is the master of his own destiny. I've worked hard and made my way up on my own, and I deserve what I have achieved. But none of that matters now that my best friend is ill, seriously ill. He is like a brother to me, my family. When I returned from lunch, I went up to my office, unlocked my safe, and took out Linus's medicine bottle. There were only a couple of red pills left. I went back out to the elevator, used my special access card, and pressed the button for basement 2. When the elevator doors opened, I was greeted by Dr. Vidstrom, who always had a smile on her face. She doesn't know the severity of the situation. She knows she can't truly help Linus, but she gets paid to do her best. I walked through the corridor, past nurses and doctors nodding their greetings, down to the large glass doors at the end. The glass doors to Linus's room. I then remembered the man with the black hair and beard. You see, I haven't told you everything he said to me that evening. When he handed me the pill bottle, he said in his clear, fluent Swedish, "He will need these. Give him 1 a month. I will grant your wish. As long as he lives, you will have what you desire. When he dies, his soul is mine, and our deal is over." I approached the glass doors, saw doctors moving back and forth inside. I entered. The room smelled of hand sanitizer and death. Then I saw the bed. I saw Linus. He had lost even more weight since I last saw him. His pale skin, taut over protruding bones, his face hollow and chalk white around his enormous eyes. Tubes were inserted into his thin blue veins. IV bags surrounded his bed. His mouth was open, revealing the few teeth he had left. His gaze met mine, and his lips formed a smile. I approached, genuinely moved by his reaction. He had been sick and weak for a long time, but now my best friend looked like a corpse. With jerky movements, his chest rose and fell. I placed my hand on his cold, thin arm. "My friend," he whispered. "Linus, please, don't try to speak. You're weak." He shook his head. "You're my best friend. You take such good care of me. I'm so happy. You're my best friend in the whole world." Seeing him in that state made me sick. And I remembered the night at the crossroads, when the young, healthy, and strong Linus exclaimed, "I'll sell my soul, just so we can be best friends forever. If I can be his best friend forever, you can have my soul." And I remembered how I had whispered, "Take his soul. Take it and give me everything I desire in return," while Linus laughed and twirled around. I remembered the blue moonlight, the cool summer night in Mississippi so long ago. 2 pills left. That's 2 months. Then Linus will die. He's so weak, as if something is draining life from him. And what happens when he's gone? Will I also pass away?
Will my life continue as before? What about my investments? My stock portfolio? I'm genuinely concerned. I don't want anything to change. If you, the listener of this, have any advice for me on how to prepare, please let me know. I might share some of my success with you. All the best, Nicholas. It all started with Johnny Wellington. We were in middle school. I'd worn a white sundress that day, and my hair was tied up in a ponytail. Johnny kissed me on the playground, his lips barely gracing mine for a moment, before he ran off with his friends as they all giggled and poked fun at him. That was my first kiss, and the first time I came to the realization that I was different. The only way I can think to describe it is by saying that the second his lips touched mine, it was almost like they were telling me a silent story. A warning, camouflaged in the form of affection. It was only a flash, but I could clearly see why his last relationship ended with Shelley Frankenworth. She had caught him talking about her in the library. "So, did you kiss her yet?" Jonah asked, leaning against the teen fiction books, his arms crossed over his chest. "Yeah, and I wish I hadn't," Johnny said, shoving his finger down his throat in a barfing motion. "I don't know what she had for lunch, but she tasted like tuna salad." On the other side of the bookshelves, Shelley heard him, her hand freezing mid-air. The book she was holding toppled to the ground. A Series of Unfortunate Events by Lemony Snicket. Ironically, that was a very unfortunate event. She broke up with him the next day and told all the other girls that he had cooties. Cooties were the least of my worries, though. These visions were 10 times worse. I couldn't kiss anyone without being instantly disgusted with them. I never felt the usual fireworks that everyone else did, because my mind was always reminding me why I shouldn't date them. My next kiss was in one of the back corner booths at Chili's. I know, real romantic. Something about their bottomless wings just really sets the mood, you know? I was 15 and he was 16. I remember being a bit tense all throughout the date, knowing that he would probably make a move. We had been on 3 dates now, and although I was still a little unsure about him, I did like him. That was until I kissed him. His lips on mine was what sealed the deal. "Peter, I just can't do this." Blonde curls hung limply over her shoulders, her blue eyes watery, and her nose red. A bit of snot coated her upper lip. She had been crying all night. Mascara ran down her cheeks in thin black trails. This poor girl looked like she had been through the ringer. "Come on, Grace. It was an accident." He paced back and forth, his hands carding through strands of auburn hair. "It didn't even mean anything." Grace's arms shook as she crossed them. I could tell that she still loved him, but she wanted to hold her ground. At this point, it looked like a losing battle, her lip trembling and her mind wavering.
her sanity hanging on by a thread. But it still happened. She blew out a shaky breath. It still happened, and nothing you do or say will change that. He had cheated on her. The second I pulled back from that kiss, my eyes searched his for a moment, hoping that I would still see the boy from before. But all of that had been tainted, ruined in a matter of seconds. I threw my napkin on the table and dashed out of the restaurant, leaving him to pay the bill. It's the least he could do. He deserved whatever karma he had coming for him. I didn't kiss anyone else until I was 23. Something about those numbers catapulted my biological time clock into action, and I was certain that if I just went on enough dates, I'd find one guy that hadn't screwed up terribly enough for me to stick around. I went on 15 dates before I struck gold. Or at least, that's what I thought. Spencer Lancaster was everything that I wasn't. And that's what initially attracted me to him. He was outgoing, charming, and could work any room that he walked into. He could strike up a conversation with a complete stranger and make it seem like the most natural thing in the world. So, when he reached out to me and asked to go on a date, I jumped at the idea. The date went well, but they always went well, up until they kissed me. We talked about something funny that had happened to him at the grocery store the other day, and laughed about his horrible stash of pickup lines. By the time we had finished our dessert, it was so late that the restaurant practically kicked us out. We shot each other a look as we strolled down the sidewalk, before both of us burst into laughter. "Did you notice the way that lady kept circling our table?" Spencer asked, a lopsided grin spilling out onto his features. "Oh, you mean when she practically stared holes into the back of our heads?" Another giggle bubbled up from my lips. Pretty sure she wanted us gone like 30 minutes ago. Don't worry about it. I left her a good tip. His shoulder brushed against mine for a second, playfully nudging me. "Handsome and generous," I murmured teasingly. I usually wasn't this open and light-hearted, because I knew what the outcome would probably be. But something about Spencer was just so easy. Liking him was effortless. "You give me more credit than I deserve." His lips tugged up again, perfectly white teeth flashing me a Hollywood smile, as his arm came up to rest around my shoulders, pulling me close. For just a moment, I allowed myself to let my walls down. I leaned into the warmth of his embrace, and for a second, I threw caution to the wind. As we walked around the square, continuing our playful banter, it didn't take us long to notice that all the other shops around us were closing. So, Spencer proposed an idea. "Hey," he said, scratching the back of his neck before shuffling in place a bit. This was the first time I'd seen him even remotely nervous. "I don't mean for this to sound forward, but is there any chance you might want to come back to my apartment for a bit?" I still don't know if it was the 3 glasses of wine, nor the way that he was able to put my mind at ease. But I found myself shaking my head yes, before my brain could even register what I was doing. In fact, All logic had flown out of the window. Spencer's apartment was nice and quaint, and unusually immaculate. In fact, it smelled like he had scrubbed the place down top to bottom with bleach. Now, I know what you're thinking. That should have been your first red flag. Listen, I know. I was stupid and slightly tipsy, and hindsight is 20/20. I couldn't help the way that my nose twisted up when I walked in though, and Spencer was quick to catch on. Hey, yeah, I apologize for the smell. His hand once again came up to awkwardly rub the back of his neck. I was in a rush to get a stain out of one of my white dress shirts, and spilled almost a whole bottle of bleach in the process. An awkward laugh left his lips, as something akin to embarrassment burned at his cheeks. Let me just pop a window open real quick. He dropped his keys in the bowl beside the door. In the meantime, you can just make yourself at home. I kicked off my heels at the door, treading across the hardwood and plopping down onto one of his couches. Both of them were a light shade of grey. In fact, grey was a reoccurring colour scheme in his apartment, except for the occasional pop of navy. As I waited, I couldn't help but glance around his apartment. Instead of pictures or knickknacks, I was met with strange, abstract pieces of art. One of them was a vase, shaped like a hand. He didn't strike me as the type of man to enjoy the fine arts. But then again, who was I to judge? When he finally strolled back into the room, he nodded towards the fridge and said, "You want some water?" "No, I'm good. Thank you, though." My fingers came up to tuck a stray strand of hair behind my ear. The open windows were making the apartment a little drafty. As he cracked open the fridge, I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. Something was poking me, and it felt sort of sharp. I reached up under me, digging around until I found the culprit. A shiny gold hair clip stared up at me before it was quickly snatched from my grasp. "Oh, sorry about that." Spencer laughed, tossing it into the little hand-shaped vase. "My sister stayed here for about a week. I'm still finding stuff that she's left behind." Insert red flag number 2. "Don't worry about it." I patted the seat next to me and smiled. "Is she younger or older?" The rest of the night was spent talking about our family issues and sharing another bottle of wine. Ironically, not only were Spencer and I the oldest siblings, but both of our mothers believed in the power of the essential oil propaganda. I jokingly told him that bleach would give him cancer, the smell still assaulting my nose from time to time. And he was quick to reply back with, "Well, next time I'll just douse my shirt in lemongrass." I chimed in, giggling. "Oh, but of course. Have you heard that it works wonders?" The corners of his lips tugged up as he watched me laugh even harder. Sometime between all the playful banter, we had grown closer to one another on the couch. Both of us were probably a little more tipsy at this point, and what was flirtation in the beginning transitioned into something else over the course of the night. I think some part of me knew that if I kissed him, I would find something I didn't like. So, for the next half hour, I purposely avoided it. Just for once, I wanted to enjoy myself. I wanted to feel something other than disappointment. So when he carried me to his bedroom and hinted at something other than kissing, I was more than game. When I woke up the next morning, I turned over and stretched my arm out across the bed to find that his spot was empty. And then I smelled it. Fresh coffee and something that smelled a whole lot like French toast. My stomach growled as I stood from the bed and looked for my clothes from the previous night. After searching the room, I stopped and blushed, the warmth creeping up my neck and blooming across my cheeks. A memory from last night flashed through my mind. My dress had come off long before we even made it to the bedroom. I was quick to find a solution, my fingers combing through the t-shirts in his closet. Surely he wouldn't mind. My fingers stopped when I landed on one that was pink. The sweater was oversized and embroidered flowers crept up one of the sleeves. With a peek at the tag, I smiled. His sister had good taste. It was a small boutique in town. I slipped it on, padding into the kitchen. Spencer stood at the stove, a spatula in hand, donning nothing other than some grey sweatpants and a hand towel thrown over his shoulder. My arms encircled his waist as I buried my head into his back, kissing the skin between his shoulder blades. A small chuckle left his lips. "Hungry?" "Starving," I replied, standing up on my tiptoes to teasingly bite his shoulder. "Hey now, it's kiss the cook, not bite him." Spencer placed the spatula on the countertop as he swiftly spun around and pressed his lips to mine, his hand coming up to cup my cheek, successfully locking me in place. "Please, please don't do this," her voice begged, as strangled sobs broke free from trembling lips. "You've seen too much." Spencer peered down at the girl, a maniacal gleam in his eye, as he pinned her to the couch. "I promise." The girl stuttered over her words. I won't tell anyone." "That's what the last one said, and she almost got me in trouble." Spencer was quick to search the room before his eyes landed on a pillow. "Leah, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to make that mistake again." The girl thrashed and screamed, her fists flying up to smack him in the face. I heard him curse under his breath as blood dripped from his nose and landed on the collar of his white button-down. Anger flared within him as he tried to restrain her. But whoever she was putting up one heck of a fight. As I moved closer, a silent spectator to the events that unfolded, I held a hand over my mouth and gasped. A golden hair clip was tugged from her hair, shoved in between the couch cushions as he held the pillow over her face. Fear surged through me as I watched her struggle. I wanted her to live, to fight, but some part of me already knew how this was going to go. A few seconds later, and I was right. When he pulled the pillow away, I froze. A pink, oversized sweater with embroidered flowers on one of the sleeves stared back at me.
Natalie. Hey, are you okay?
Spencer glazed down at me. His brows furrowed. Concern etched into his features.
Did I lose you there for a second?
I stumbled away from him, bent over, and puked all over the floor. Tears blurred my vision as I gripped the countertop. Everything around me was spiraling out of control.
Stay right here. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and grab some towels. It's going to be okay.
The second he stepped out of the room, I grabbed my purse from the table next to his front door and took off running down the street. I wasn't wearing pants or shoes, and I'm sure my hair was a rat's nest. But all I cared about was getting home. When I finally made it back to my apartment, my feet were raw, and my mouth tasted of acid. I had thrown up 3 more times on the way. The second I locked the door, I wiggled out of the sweater, ripping it over my head and tossing it to the ground. I paced my apartment for a good hour before I finally placed the phone call. I had to. Every time I looked at that crumpled mass of pink lying in a heap on the floor, something inside of me churned, twisting and curling and choking me until I could barely breathe.
911, what's your emergency?
I sat there for a moment, trying to collect my thoughts. How in the world could I say this in a way that made sense?
Hello, 911, what's your emergency?
I don't... I started, struggling to push the words past my lips.
Excuse me? Could you say that again? I'm having trouble understanding you.
I knew how it would sound, but before I could stop myself, it was too late. Every time I kiss someone, I see how their last relationship ended. My hands shook as I fought to hold the phone steady. This time, I witnessed a murder. Has anyone else been to a restaurant called Taste of China? You might be thinking you have, but, and I know this sounds weird, it's not a Chinese restaurant. Describing their style of cuisine is hard. It was styled somewhat like Chinese food, but the spice profile almost reminded me of Pakistani food. To preface this event, I'll start from my youth. Since I was a boy, I have found myself disgusted by shrimp. Not just shrimp, but any crustacean in general, save crabs. This didn't start until at a Chinese buffet my family frequented. I, for the first time, encountered a shrimp with both its legs and eyes still attached. It was a strange feeling, realizing I hadn't been eating just some small part of the creatures before, but the entirety of them. I remember the feeling, looking in the vat of unpeeled shrimp, their cold, unfeeling eyes staring back at me. Since then, I've seen unshelled prawns many times, but I still have never got used to the feeling of having to peel off their eyes and skin before eating them, and for whatever reason, crabs being a whole creature had never struck me as strange. Of course, there was a second inciting incident. one that even put me off my beloved crab for a bit. This one ruining my taste for lobster. While I sat and ate a lobster in my childhood home, my older sister came up to me and said, "You realize those are basically giant cockroaches, right? They're basically cousins." And as I thought about this, I could no longer bring myself to eat. Not because what she said was simply disgusting, but because the closer I looked at the lobster, the more I saw the similarities. Long antennae, a segmented body, but worst of all, the legs. The small legs on the lobster looked so like those I had seen on cockroaches in times past. Since then, in my mind, crustaceans and arthropods have been inextricable. Of course, as the years have gone by, I haven't let this repulsion prevent me from partaking in the occasional lobster roll or shrimp dish. I love food too much to deny myself those flavors, simply because they're a little gross. This story really begins when I decided to take a gamble in a related sense, trying a seafood stew at a restaurant I had never been to before. I received an email on August 3rd. The email had not been filtered by my junk folder, so I opened it up. It was from a new restaurant opening down the street from me. The name of the restaurant? Taste of China. Continued a naming trend I had seen in Chinese restaurants near me, of which there were many, in part due to me living close to a historically Chinese area. Taste of Hunan and Taste of Chengdu were two of my favorite restaurants. So, I was immediately interested, despite not having any legitimate reason to be. The body of the message was about a soft launch taking place a week from when the email arrived. It said it was a somewhat exclusive event, which struck me as odd, as it didn't seem the type of place to be hosting something like that. But more so, because I didn't realize why I had gotten an invitation. Of course, I occasionally reviewed restaurants on Yelp, and ate at any new place that opened around me, as well as several older ones. But it still didn't explain why they chose me, or how they got my email. Still, the pictures they had sent as attachments looked downright amazing, which was not the norm for this type of establishment. I decided to go. When I got there, the first thing that struck me was how unlike other Chinese restaurants it was. The decor was dark and modern, something I saw more often in Japanese or fusion fare. Where many Chinese restaurants had large tables and were in big open spaces, this one seemed to be narrow, the aisles next to the booths hardly large enough to allow passage. Also, the booths were an unusual choice, and were also a bit small and cramped. I thought I'd leave this as feedback, maybe asking them to scoot the booths back a foot or two, or even consider some tables. But in the end, I decided not to. Anyway, the menu was a little weird too. Where I was used to a litany of different items and sections, this place only had 2 sections. Appetizers, with 3 choices, and entrees, with an additional 3 choices. At the time, I assumed it was just because of the soft launch, but now I realize it's strange how finished the menus seemed. Of the choices, the one that seemed the best to me was one called Seafood Stew. This had been shown on the website and looked delicious, a beautiful dark red dish with tempting pieces of white flesh poking out of the liquid. I ordered this, along with 2 appetizers and a drink. I think dumplings and a bun, though they could hardly be described as such, so I only ate a bit of them. The stew came out in a large pot, still boiling. To say the stew was phenomenal would be an understatement. The shrimp and lobster were good, but whatever fish they had added was amazing. Even as an avid connoisseur of food, and someone who had tried many dishes, this one was a cut above the rest. It exceeded even the 2 Michelin star restaurants I had visited, the crowns of my restaurant visiting experience. The flavor was savory in a way I hadn't known seafood had to be, and the sauce was excellent as well. I wouldn't compare it to any other type of Chinese I've eaten, traditional or American. But the thing that kept me eating was that fish, the white meat, a flavor unlike anything else I had ever eaten. The only thing I disliked was the shells. Either some of the shrimp or lobster shells had been added into the stew, and their appearance was off-putting. They had a dark color I had never seen in shrimp or lobster before, and they also had long twisted spines. Inside of the shells there was some sort of gooey black material that seeped into the broth and reminded me of the fact I was eating something that had once been a living organism. Still, even with this small caveat, it remained the best meal I had ever eaten, bar none. When I finished up and paid the check, I got up to head to the bathroom. I asked the waiter where it was, and he told me where to go, gesturing with his arms as he did so, his motions slightly stilted. The waiter was a tall man, thin and gaunt with pasty white skin. If I had to guess, I'd say he was from Ireland or Eastern Europe. He talked in a weird way that I can't properly explain. It wasn't an accent as much. He was using strange enunciation, like he was reading a book out loud and didn't know what he was going to say next. I passed through the narrow corridors, which seemed to be slightly too long, and past other guests as I did, many with bliss on their faces. Going further than I thought the building stretched, I reached what I assumed was the bathroom I entered. I realize my mistake now. I thought he had said the door right at the end of the hall, rather than the door on the right at the end of the hall. This slip-up may have saved my life. What greeted me was a sight I'll never forget. First, I saw the tub. The wall was lined with similar tubs, but this one sat open, near a counter. It was full of water, but still, underneath, something could be made out. The wriggling of a large mass of creatures. I stood there, transfixed for a moment, before remembering that some restaurants do use live ingredients. Then I saw a middle-aged man, with almost blindingly pale skin, reach in and pull one of the creatures out. As he pulled it out, I saw its black chitinous body, shining in the light. He continued to pull, and it continued to come out, its segmented body now visible to me. The thing was some type of centipede. It looked to be slightly wider than a lobster, and had hundreds of long, multi-segmented legs. all wriggling in the air as the man pressed its head on the cutting board, eliciting a strange high-pitched shriek, and then brought his cleaver down with a sickening crunch, cutting the screech off entirely. The legs continued to wriggle for a moment, before falling still. The man pulled the rest of its body out of the tub. What I assumed was a mass of wriggling creatures had actually been one long organism. The thing had to have been 20 feet long, the way its body kept coming out as he pulled more and more out. Next to him, I saw the same pot and dark broth I had been served for dinner. As I felt the dish I had eaten for dinner rising in my throat, I turned quickly and ran to the door across the hall, this time correctly finding the unlabeled bathroom. I emptied the contents of my stomach into the toilet, disgusted and scared by what I had seen. I went home after that. After paying my bill, I asked the waiter what the seafood stew had been made of. He gave me a puzzled look, before replying, shrimp, lobster, and fish. The same thing it had said on the menu. When I got home, I started researching. There was such a thing as an aquatic centipede, but nothing so long, and nothing with legs nearly as long as the one I had seen. A few days later, I drove by the place, hoping to catch a glimpse of that too pale worker I had seen in the kitchen. But when I drove by, all I saw was an empty storefront. The sign and furniture had all been removed. I couldn't keep it off my mind and continued looking for information about the place, and found several other restaurants with the same name, but none that shared any similarities. These places were all very normal Chinese restaurants, with menus to reflect this. None had the same black interior and confusing, tight seating arrangements. It struck me around this time that, aside from the name, nothing in the restaurant had been Chinese. Every staff member I had seen had been a white man, save for one who may have been a Desi man. Even the dumplings had been more reminiscent of pierogi than any shumai or similar fare. The buns, too, lacked the delicious spongy texture commonly found in bao. For some reason, I got the feeling that the name was just cover. I continued looking into the name every day. About a week later, a related post appeared by a self-styled TikTok influencer who frequented many local restaurants. His name was Food John. Apparently, he had gone the same day I had, but had not been allowed to film in the restaurant. Instead, he posted a couple days later, saying they told him wait to post, and ranting and raving about how great the food had been. He was right, though I hated to admit it. I continued perusing his profile, looking for more information, before I decided to send him a message. I told him I went to the same restaurant, and he basically insisted we had to meet up. He said something like he wanted to talk to someone else who had experienced it firsthand. We arranged to meet in 2 weeks at a restaurant, though now I regret I didn't make time for him sooner. A few days after we had made these plans, he sent another message. This one was simply an address, which I presumed was his home. I went to the address he gave me. It wasn't too far away, maybe a 20-minute bus ride. I remember debating whether I should tell him about what I saw in there, but ultimately, I decided against it. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. I knocked on the door, but there was no response. I texted him, called him. Nothing. Finally, I just tried the door. I had never entered a stranger's home like that, without permission. But I was getting a bad feeling. The door creaked open, and an awful smell seeped out of his house. I knew what it was before I went in. I had heard that smell of rot or death was unmistakable, but now, for the first time, I experienced it. I thought maybe I was mistaken, but it was just so pungent. I debated calling the police, but a morbid curiosity drove me forward. The room looked uninteresting. His living room average, if not a little messy. That thick, disgusting odor filled my lungs as I entered the room. I could no longer appreciate the average appearance of his living room, as that sickly smell permeated deeper and deeper. Next, I checked out his bedroom. Again, nothing of note, except for a rather impressive computer and a weirdly large bed for the size of the room. I realized the smell was weaker in that room. The kitchen next. I noticed he had almost no food in his cabinets, but a ton of water bottles, or at least empty ones. I opened the fridge, and a new aroma was introduced. A pungent, fishy smell. It looks like he had cleared out a fish market. He had so many kinds of fish, but more than that, there was every type of seafood imaginable. Shrimp, lobster, prawns, scallops, sea urchin, sea cucumber, snail, octopus, squid, and more things I wasn't completely familiar with. I slammed the fridge shut and was alone with the disgusting smell of death again. I continued wandering around, looking for what I could only imagine was Food John's dead body. But as I acclimated to the smell, it was clear that it was stronger the closer I got to a locked door on the far side of the living room. I should have just stopped there and called the police, but I just couldn't stop my morbid sense of curiosity. It was one of those bathrooms with pinhole locks, and after looking for about 10 minutes, I found a paperclip on his desk, which promptly unlocked the door. The bathroom was in a state of utter disarray. The counters had been cleared, the floor strewn with random objects, and a notable number of water bottles. Pieces of paper towel and toilet paper also lined much of the floor, saturated with some dark, almost black liquid. I found a path that avoided the soppy, dark mess, and made my way over to the shower. I opened the shower curtain. A wave of condensed rot hitting me like a whiff of ammonia. Food John sat there, looking up at me, lifelessly. The first thing I noticed about Food John's corpse was the state of his lower body. His legs were basically gone, not even bone remaining, and his pelvis was completely opened, like something had made its way through his stomach and out of his perineum. His skin below the chest had been stained black, as if he had been sitting in a tub of the stuff all over the bathroom. I opened the toilet and threw up, realizing too late that the toilet was also full of the same black liquid. I moved to the sink to throw up, which was thankfully empty, though at this point I hardly felt like the bathroom could be further soiled. I turned back to the tub. He wore a pained expression with fear clear on his face, and I felt a profound sadness knowing that he died like that, especially knowing he was an avid food lover, just like me. His eyes were streaked with that same liquid. He almost looked like someone who had cried while wearing a lot of mascara. I remember thinking that to myself in that moment, and then feeling sick again. How easily it could have been me in that tub. My eyes streaked with whatever the hell that stuff is. This was not the time for levity. I continued inspecting the tub. The drain was ringed with a black liquid that looked sort of like coffee grounds. There was more of it in the corners and sides of the tub. Clearly some kind of sediment. Then I saw it. Near the drain. There was one roughly 4-inch long, dried up, black centipede. Just like the one I had seen in the restaurant. Only so much smaller. Then I noticed 2 more on the side closest to me. Then another in the far corner. I think that made me call the cops, finally. Or I guess maybe I was just done. There was nothing else for me to do. The police asked me some questions, but they seemed more confused than I was. The younger of the 2 especially seemed shaken after looking in the bathroom. When I started trying to explain the restaurant and the centipedes, I saw the older of the 2 cops shoot the other one a look that said, "This guy is crazy." Not crazy enough to be a real suspect in Food John's death though, as after a quick visit to the station and another cop taking my statement, they let me go. It's been a few months since then, and for the first couple weeks, I was completely against seafood of any kind. But I'm starting to come back around. I still love eating out and trying new places, and I've started to eat crustaceans on occasion again. Recently, though, I have found myself looking up Taste of China on an almost daily basis, hoping to find a new post about it. I tell myself it's to warn unknowing patrons, but sometimes I wonder if it's not so I can try that delicious seafood stew again. I recently joined a missing person search in my area. I don't personally know the man who disappeared, but we live in the same neighborhood, and I have mutual friends with him, so I figured it was the right thing to do to join the effort. His wife had already called all their friends, family, and called hospitals and the police, but couldn't find any trace of him. We all got together and trawled the neighborhood, checked the ditches and all that, in case he'd had a car wreck, even though his car was still at home. But you can never be too careful, I guess. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, we still haven't found him, and it's been a couple of weeks now. And of course his wife is distraught. A lot of people are starting to gossip that he's just a deadbeat who decided he didn't want to be a father and husband, and yada yada. At first I was kinda thinking the same thing, but then I started digging a bit into his social media, and lo and behold, his Instagram and Twitter handles are the same as his Reddit username. His post history suggests he's not a deadbeat at all. Maybe he's gone a little bit bonkers. Maybe he'll show up in the news after kidnapping some poor family's baby. But I'm sharing this here, in case any of you people can find any potential clues to where he is, especially if he needs some professional help. The following are his posts. Posted in r/advice. We brought home the wrong baby. I'm sure of it. And it's not like it's something that's never happened before. There are news stories about this pretty much all the time, and TV shows too. This isn't our baby. Someone else has our baby. Switched at birth, hospital incompetence, whatever you want to call it. The baby we have in our house, that my partner is holding right now, is just not our baby, even if all the records say otherwise. I keep trying to tell her, but she doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't even want to entertain the idea. I get it, I do. She's already attached to this baby, been feeding it and changing it and all that stuff. It's impossible not to bond with the baby. I really get that. And I want to underscore that I don't hate this baby, okay? It's just not our baby. It's not the baby we made together. It's not our baby. I don't want to get rid of this wrong baby. I just want to fix this situation. I'm sure the other parents who are the actual parents of this baby would want it, right? We're all on the same side. We just want things to be the way they're supposed to be. I can't just take this one back to the hospital or to the police station demanding an exchange. My partner and I need to put our heads together and try to figure out next steps. So, how do I convince my partner that this isn't our baby? Edit. Thanks for the comments and advice, everyone. I got a lot of questions about how I knew this isn't our baby, so I guess I should explain that a little more. First of all, the baby doesn't look like us. I don't mean in the sense that it has dad's eyes or mum's nose or whatever. I mean, if you compare this baby to any of the baby photos in our families, it doesn't resemble any of us. You know how some babies look like an uncle or a grandmother when they were babies? This one doesn't. My partner and I dug out the family albums and everything. We wanted to do a little cute Facebook post and tag the family member the baby looked most like. That's when we realized the baby doesn't have any family features. My partner was disappointed, but she insists that it's just how our particular genes mix together. A fluke. But I disagree, especially with everything else I've noticed. The baby won't breastfeed. We have to bottle feed. It's like the baby doesn't like the taste of my partner's milk, because it's not the right milk. Babies can sense stuff like that. The baby is also quiet. It almost never cries. It never smiles or laughs. It's like it's waiting for something, or trying to tell us something. like it's trying not to bond with us, because we're not the natural parents. I'll ask her to consent to another DNA test, or I can just send samples without bothering her, just to make sure and not cause any needless distress. Maybe the first results were an error. Edit 2. Okay, I get it. Some babies just don't latch well, or just have a gentle temperament. I wasn't trying to say the baby is evil or anything. I'm just saying that it's not the way our baby would behave, based on family history. Every time our parents come over, they make comments about how different this baby is compared to us when we were little. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I've called the hospital again, and went there and demanded the nursery security footage. Usually they only keep footage for 90 days, but there's a nurse there who believes me, and she secretly recorded it on her phone and shared it with me. This is big. She told me that it happens sometimes. Babies get mixed up. The footage she recorded doesn't show them mixing up any babies, but it could have happened at any point, even outside the room. The hospital is denying everything, of course. I've reached out to parent boards and forums, asking if this has happened to anyone else, and how they realized it had happened. It's usually based on looks. A baby with brown eyes when both parents have blue eyes. Or just that the baby doesn't look like either of them. Stuff like that. And they get DNA testing done, just like we did. And it turns out the babies were switched, just like ours. So the DNA test must have returned erroneous results for the baby we brought home. Because I know for sure that this isn't our baby, and none of you is going to convince me otherwise. You're not here. You can't see what's going on. I'm sending another sample for DNA testing. The following was posted in r/newborns. Disagreement over raising baby. My partner and I are having a huge disagreement right now about whether we should raise this baby. For context, there was a mix-up, and we brought the wrong baby home from the hospital. It's a whole thing. I don't want to keep this baby. I'm not saying we should kick it to the curb or yeet it into the nearest dumpster. I'm saying we shouldn't be bonding with this baby. We need to be looking for its real parents, so we can switch them back. Then we can bond with our real baby. But my partner actually believes that this baby is ours, even though it obviously isn't. She thinks hospitals have protocols to prevent mix-ups, but she doesn't understand that no system is infallible. But that's a different issue. The issue is that she doesn't even want to try to figure out where our real baby is. She wants to go through life raising this baby instead of our own. I keep asking her what if our real baby is in an abusive household or something. Shouldn't we be trying to save our own flesh and blood? It makes me sick just thinking about what our baby could be going through. Am I wrong here? We literally have the wrong baby, but nothing I say will convince her that we should find our real baby. What am I supposed to do? Edit. Some of you need to learn how to put yourself in another person's shoes. How would you feel if your baby was just switched, and you had no idea where they were or who was taking care of them? Your baby could be dead for all you know. How would you feel? Like I said, I don't hate the baby we have right now. It didn't do anything wrong. But I want the baby who was supposed to come home with us. Not this one. The following was posted in r/DNA. Paternity test results keep coming back with false positives. To make a long story short, my partner gave birth a few months ago, and there was a mix-up at the hospital. We ended up bringing home the wrong baby, and I got suspicious enough to take a paternity test. My partner agreed to the first one, but when it came back positive, it satisfied her the baby we have is now biologically ours. I kept trying to tell her it was obviously a mistake, and I wanted to do another test, so I sent in another sample. It just came back positive again. Is it common for DNA tests to give false positives? Or is it possible that this baby is a distant cousin to me or something, and that's why it keeps showing a relation between us? Because this definitely isn't my baby. The following was posted in r/helpme. I feel like I'm losing my mind. My partner and I brought the wrong baby home from the hospital, and no one believes me. No one is listening to me. I keep pointing out things, like how the baby looks and acts nothing like us. I show her the news stories about people who find out later in life that they were switched at birth, and I found some evidence that paternity tests might not even be reliable. I just want to find my baby and make sure everything is the way it's supposed to be. Is that so bad? All these months I've never said anything bad about the baby we're taking care of right now. It's just different. It's just not ours. It still almost never cries, but it never smiles or laughs either. It drinks a lot of formula because it refused to breastfeed, but it hasn't grown much bigger. The babies in our families have always been big and grown fast. On both our sides, babies are usually sitting up around 6 months. But it's been 7 months, and this baby can't even support its own head yet. My partner has gone to the doctor, and they ran some tests that all came back normal. Maybe it's normal for the family the baby is actually from, probably. But it's just another piece of evidence for me that this isn't our baby. What am I supposed to do? This isn't a movie where I can just hire a hacker to get into the hospital mainframe and find the names of every person who was born that day, or gave birth that day. I tried to find birth announcements in the papers from earlier this year, and even checked on Facebook. In a few months, the babies will be turning 1, so I could look for baby's first birthday posts on social media. But the longer I wait, the more anxious I get, not knowing what happened to our baby. How am I supposed to find our real baby? The following was posted in r/folklore. Looking for sources on changelings. Someone mentioned a creature called a changeling to me, and I was wondering if anyone has any in-depth resources on what they are, how they're recognized, how they're dealt with, etc. I know that they vary by culture, so I guess I'll take whatever you've got. The following was posted in r/unexplained. Baby may not be human. My partner and I brought home the wrong baby after a mix-up, and the hospital has always denied the mix-up, and all 4 DNA tests I took came back positive, which is impossible, because I know for a fact that this isn't our baby. I came across resources about changelings, which are non-human creatures, usually fairies or trolls, that switch their babies with humans, so that humans are raising the non-human baby, which is disguised to look like a human baby. I found some tests to determine whether a baby is a changeling. I used an eggshell as a bowl and started cooking with it, and the baby started laughing. I almost fainted. This baby almost never laughs, ever. It barely even smiles. But it laughed at the egg test. But I kept testing it, just to be sure. One of the signs of a changeling is that they don't grow right, and this baby definitely doesn't. At 7 months old, it still couldn't even lift its own head. After my partner took it to the doctor, it finally smartened up and started sitting up a little, just enough to make my partner happy that it was meeting some milestones or whatever. In some sources, changelings do strange things when they think no one is looking. I set up a nanny cam to watch it, and what did I see? When it's alone, the baby will crawl around and pull itself up into a standing position. If it senses someone approaching, it drops back down and pretends it's helpless, so someone will pick it up. A real baby doesn't act like that. I think it knows that I know. These are all posts he made on Reddit, unless he had a throwaway account that I can't find. I did look a little to see if anyone was posting weird stuff like how to kill a changeling, but I haven't come across anything, so I guess that's good. I also can't figure out where he got the idea of a changeling. I haven't seen any comments on his posts suggesting his baby was a changeling. Maybe he heard it from a TV show, or he came across the term on his own as he tried to justify his belief. Edit. Thanks to you guys for looking into this and actually managing to find what might be his throwaway account. The following was posted in r/off my chest. Can't take it anymore. There's something wrong with this baby, and I can't be around here anymore. My partner doesn't get it. She isn't listening to anything I'm saying. We're always fighting now about this because I can't let it go. But how can I let it go? This isn't my baby. It isn't hers either. It's just not. And I don't understand why she won't listen. It's not even about the mix-up anymore. There was no mix-up. It was an intentional switch. Someone wanted us to raise their baby, so they took ours and left their own. It's a changeling. It's not that far-fetched if you look at nature. The cuckoo birds lay their eggs in another bird's nest, so they don't have to raise the chicks themselves. They even throw out eggs that are already there to make room for their own. They don't switch. They just get rid of eggs so they can replace them. I can only pray that this isn't what happened with my baby. I would rather die than find out our baby was killed and replaced with the changeling. I have to find my baby. I just don't know where to start. But I can't keep staying here and fighting over it. It doesn't get us anywhere. But more importantly, I can't stay here, because the changeling knows that I know. I can tell by the way it looks at me. There's just something off about it. Like it's telling me something. Threatening me. Like it knows what happened to its kind throughout history, and is warning me what will happen if I even try it. In Legends, you can whip a changeling or stick it in a fire to make its parents come back and trade your real child back. But who would believe me today? If I even suggested doing something like that, or if I got caught trying it while my partner was running errands, I would be thrown in prison, and we would have no chance of ever getting our baby back. But I have to try at least. I'm taking the changeling and going as far away as possible. I'll find some place in the woods and hang it and start beating it. I'll drive it somewhere, someplace out of the way where no one will interrupt. I'm shaking so much as I write this. I'm sitting in the car, but I know I can't take the car because it'll tip people off. The changeling already knows something is up. I don't know what it will do, what it can do. I don't know what it really is. I don't want to do this, but there's no other way. Someone has to, or our baby will never come back. This is the only chance anyone will get. While my partner is asleep, I'll take the changeling and run, as fast and far as I can. I'll do whatever I have to do to make the changeling confess, or call its mother, or whatever happens. I'll make its mother return my real baby. Even if it doesn't work, it's better for everyone that I get rid of the changeling. I would rather die than keep living in this horror. And I'd rather die than come home empty-handed. Whatever happens, I did what I had to. I just wanted everyone to know. I'm not 100% certain whether this is actually his throwaway account, but it seems likely, given the rest of his post history, and his wife saying he was increasingly agitated and paranoid in the last few days before he disappeared. Here's part of one of her Facebook posts from a week ago. James is still missing. Please don't let the search lose momentum. People have been asking about how James was behaving before he disappeared, because that might give some clues to where he might have gone. He's just been struggling lately. We had made an appointment for him to see a psychiatrist, and I think that may be why he disappeared so suddenly. Maybe he was afraid he would be institutionalized. I really don't know, and I don't care. I just want him to come home safe. We were talking about seeing a psych for a couple of weeks, because I think the pressure of being a father was getting to be too much for him. He had a lot of anxiety about our baby being switched at the hospital, because BB doesn't look very much like either of us. But that's just genetics. Yes, the paternity tests say he is the father. He's been acting odd lately, like playing with eggshells to make BB laugh. But when BB laughed, it only seemed to mess James up even more. He hasn't been sleeping. He just stays up all night to watch BB on the baby monitor. During the day, he's always reading something on his phone, and he won't tell me what it is. And he deletes his browsing history. He's been very high-strung and paranoid about the baby and about everyone else, always looking around like he's being watched. He seemed scared of something, but he wouldn't talk to me. That's why I tried so hard to get him to agree to see a psych. I know that some people are going to call James crazy, or make wild accusations like he's cheating on me, or think that I cheated on him. But he just needs help. There's something happening to him, and he needs to go to the hospital. I have no idea where he could have gone. He just disappeared in the middle of the night, and didn't take anything with him. No notes. Nothing. Please keep looking for him. I just want him to be safe, and get the help he needs. In any case, he never took the baby like the throwaways suggested, just left on his own. And for what it's worth, he never hurt the baby, at least according to his wife. I've seen the baby a few times myself over these last few weeks, and he looks happy and healthy to me, even if a little on the small side. He laughs a lot too, despite the circumstances. If anyone has any ideas where to find this missing person, please call the police. Thank you. For context, my mum has always been a little crazy. Never drown me in the bathtub crazy, just a little off. Like sometimes she was living in a different world than the rest of us. Like when she looked at you, she knew in her heart that you were less real than her. I remember being really little and walking into her room to find her crying over a heap of her clothes on the ground. She had scissors in her hand and was cutting out every spot of purple she found. "I can't see it anymore, Casey," she said through her sobs. "I can't see the colors I'm supposed to see anymore." I went and hid in my room after that. When my dad came home and found me locked in my room, he asked me what was wrong. I explained what was happening with Mum, and he just sighed and went to talk with her. What I couldn't explain was that I hadn't locked the door because I was afraid of her. I had locked it because it felt like an added barrier between myself and the reality that my mother wasn't okay. When they divorced, I don't remember any particular incident that broke the camel's back. It felt more like an inevitable conclusion that we had all accepted for years by the time it happened. What I do remember is listening to my dad read off a list of the big crazy moments from their marriage. Some of them were a surprise to me, like him coming home to find her hiding in a closet with a knife. Most of them, though, I remembered all too well. So, when the judge looked down at me and asked if what my father was saying was true, it was all I could do to nod back at her. Needless to say, my dad got custody of me. Even at 12, I knew that regardless of this case, there had still been a chance of things not going our way. Afterwards, we went to Sullivan's and ate our weight in ice cream sundaes. I knew that it wasn't easy for him to raise me alone, but I also knew that he was doing his best. My father was a 46-year-old middleware technician when he chose to become a single parent. He worked long hours for too little pay, but still found time to tutor me in math and come to my track meets. He was patient. He was gentle. He's my hero. But all of that is just the lead up to my story, right? It turns out that a few months ago, my mum got in contact with my dad. She said that she was getting treatment, that she wanted to make reparations. She even gave him the number of her psychiatrist, who my dad promptly called. The man on the other end of the line assured my dad that his ex-wife wasn't the same person from 4 years prior. He said that she had changed, and that she was getting better. He promised that getting closure with my dad and me was vital to her healing. At first, my dad refused. He was convinced that no amount of medication or therapy could change the woman who had haunted him and his daughter for all those years. Eventually, though, he met with her. He says that it was just to get her off his back, to put the nail in the coffin. Instead, he realized that she really was acting different, more lucid, more stable. They met a few more times, and with each meeting, he became more and more convinced that she had gotten better, that this time would be different. When he walked into the house after seeing her, I couldn't tell what he was feeling. It felt like some kind of exhausted hope, the kind that shouldn't still have a pulse, an undead yearning. He needed help. I'd known that for years. He was working himself to the bone trying to take care of both of us. When I'd been born, my dad had signed up to be a part of a team. Now it was just him and the growing shadows under his eyes. When he gently asked if I wanted to see my mum again, I nodded enthusiastically. Not for her, or me. For him. "It's so good to see you, sweetheart." Those were the first words she said to me when she sat down across from me in the McDonald's booth. "I can't begin to apologize for everything I put you through." She looked better, I think. After all the years, my memories of the way she acted and the way it made me feel had blended together into a flat nightmare. The woman squeezing my hand wasn't so scary. It even felt appropriately motherly, though it made my skin itch. We met occasionally for months. We were alone once or twice, when my dad had to step out for a work call. When we were, she would tell me about her group therapy, about all the friends she was making. She told me that it took her so long to realize that her biggest problem was self-isolating. "It drove me crazy, being alone," she said. "But it's okay now. I'm not alone anymore." Eventually, my mum asked my dad if I could stay with her overnight. He was clearly uncomfortable with the idea, and told her that he would have to think it over. All I could think about were the work retreats, the trips with friends, all the times that my dad had missed out on living his life to take care of me, for me. And I thought that maybe, just maybe, if we got to a place where my mum could take even a little bit of my burden, then he could have his life back. So I told him that I wanted to. I begged him to let me stay with her. And eventually, he agreed. "I'll be here to pick you up at 7, he said, as he pulled my suitcase out of the car. He'd picked me up from track and drove me straight to the cramped apartment building where my mum lived. "On the dot. And if you need me before then, promise me that you'll call." I promised him, offering a pinky when he gave me a stern look. He locked his with mine and took a deep breath. "Your mother is trying," he said. "I can appreciate that. I can respect it even. But I will drive my car through her front door if it means protecting you. Understand?" I laughed at the image of his scuffed Nissan hatchback smashing through the brick and drywall. I squeezed his hand. The evening was fine to start with. Her 2-bedroom apartment was neat and tidy, if small. It had a smell, too, like the ghost of something rotten hiding in the walls. But she let me put whatever I wanted on the TV. She even brought popcorn and soda for us to eat on the couch while we watched a police procedural. When I heard the oven timer go off, I asked her what she was making as she stood up to go check on it. "Your favorite, honey," she said. "Tuna mac." I felt the heat drain from my face just a little. Tuna mac was not my favorite. I don't think I'd ever eaten it before that night. But I told myself to shrug it off. It had been years, hadn't it? It was all right for her to have a few misplaced memories. That alone didn't mean that anything was wrong. My phone buzzed with a text from Dad. "All good?" he asked. "You're such a worrier," I responded after giving his question a thumbs up. We ate at the table as the TV show wrapped up. I felt like we should be talking, sharing, but there wasn't much to say, really. The absence of conversation stretched between us like a tightrope we didn't dare step out onto. As I scraped the last bits of tuna mac from my bowl into the trash, my mum told me that she'd picked up a movie she thought I would like. I agreed to it and sat on the couch as she put in the disc. It was a strange movie. Scary, not in the way that a horror movie is scary, but in the way that a nightmare is. Like everyone around you knows something that you don't. It followed a woman with amnesia, trying to understand what had happened to her. At a certain point, it got too weird for me. The strange dream logic of the movie was like a headache I couldn't shake. I pulled out my phone and started to scroll through social media, trying to do so in a way that my mum wouldn't notice. I shouldn't have worried. She was so enthralled by the movie that she was leaning expectantly forward, her eyes full of excitement and hunger. Just over halfway through, however, she suddenly grabbed my knee with an intensity that made me jump. I looked up at her to find that she was still looking just as intensely at the TV. "Watch this," she said. "This part is my favorite." I looked up at the screen to find the main characters holding each other in bed, the sexual tension escalating rapidly. I felt my cheeks flush. I know how it feels to see a sex scene with a parent in the room, but this was different. My dad always got a little uncomfortable, in a way that made my discomfort feel more normal. He would usually fumble for the remote as he tried to skip through. With him, it was something to laugh about, a running joke between us. My mother's fingers digging into my skin as she commanded me to watch these two women go down on each other. It felt wrong. She shouldn't be touching me, shouldn't be encouraging me to watch. She shouldn't have that wild hunger in her eyes. I knew in my head that my mother had never been violent, had never tried to hurt me. But with her one hand on my knee, I couldn't help but imagine the other holding a knife behind her back. I felt like I was going to throw up, like my throat was quickly closing. "I don't want to watch this," I finally blurted out. I don't think the words were even all the way out of my mouth before the TV flashed to darkness. The remote was already in her hand, like she had been waiting for me to say something. "Okay, honey," she said, smiling. "I've got the spare room all made up for you. But before we call it a night, I need to go feed my friend's cats. Can you come with me? I wouldn't feel right leaving you all alone." She held out her hand and beckoned to me. The hunger was gone from her eyes, leaving just that model calmness she'd had for the last few months. "How long will it take?" I asked. "I'm pretty tired." "Just a few minutes, honey. I promise." She looked so sincere that not believing her would have been like spitting in the face of God. I would be a bad daughter, a terrible daughter, if I didn't trust her. Of course, I see it now. I see that a person trying to earn back your trust wouldn't act like they had never done anything wrong. A person trying to be better would make allowances for the pain their actions had caused. For her to look at me with the eyes of a mother that had never hurt or even scared me should have been the first sign that she was living in a reality different from mine. But I couldn't see that then. So I got in the car. My stomach started churning after 15 minutes on the road. I tapped my foot on the interior carpet, feeling the silent moments in the car stretching on and on. "You said this wouldn't take long?" I asked eventually. "Oh, silly," she responded. "I meant that feeding the cats wouldn't take long. No. My friend lives a little bit outside of town, but we're almost there. Don't worry." She turned up the radio after that, a pop station that kept faulting in and out of static. I could feel my body trying to take quicker, faster breaths and try to wrestle my panic away. I tried sending my dad a quick, checking in text as we turned off the highway. My phone buzzed a moment later to tell me that the text could not be sent. By the time we pulled into the snaking gravel driveway, we had been in the car for 45 minutes, and the radio was a hornet's nest of static. To call the place a house was generous. It was a cabin nestled in some deep woods on the outskirts of town, the kind where you can tell from the outside that the owner declined electricity and running water for the sake of independence. "Oh, sweetie, they are just going to love you," my mum said as she turned the car off and dropped the keys into the cup holder. Then she got out of the car and closed the door. "The cats?" I asked the still warm interior of the car. The inside of the cabin was no better than the outside. When I walked in, my mum was already holding a long-necked lighter to a lantern, casting a dim and gloomy light around the place. The rug on the hardwood floor was moth-eaten and ragged. The rotten coffee table looked like it was ready to fall over at any second. The old couch was grey and muted, and I didn't want to find out if it was from sun damage or dust. "So, your friend lives here?" I asked, slowly. "I have to go get food from the shed," she called cheerily back to me, not answering my question as she stepped out to the screened black door. I looked around me. No bowls for cat food, no scratching posts, not even any claw damage on the old couch. In that moment, standing in the dim light of a strange place, an unwelcome thought popped into my head. The storybook image of Hansel and Gretel being led into the woods by the father that would soon abandon them. "She's not going to leave me here," I told myself. That would be crazy. The memory of her cutting the purple from her clothes was my only rebuttal. I listened closely to the silence of the night, sure that I would hear the sound of feet on gravel, the sound of the engine turning over. Instead, through the overwhelming silence, I heard a shuffle, the creak of a board, the sound of someone trying to stay still, trying not to be perceived. Did she double back? Is she going to try to scare me? Why would she do that? I jumped when the screen door slammed open, admitting my mother and the 25-pound bag of dry food she carried. "Hungry cats," I muttered. "Cats?" she asked. I saw such genuine confusion on her face that it made my eyes well up with tears. "The cats that we're here to feed?" I said, my voice small. "Oh, hungry cats." She laughed. "I'm sorry, I misheard you. Yes, very hungry cats. Hungrier than you think." I helped her move the bag to the porch, where she flashed the screen of her phone around until she found a grimy dog food bowl tucked beneath a rotten bench. "There we are," she said. She haphazardly tore the bag open and spilled kibble into the dusty bowl. "So, can we go now?" I asked. "No, sweetie," she said, turning to me with confusion on her face. "We have to wait until the cats come to eat. Don't you know anything?" "Oh, okay." My body began to shift and tighten in a way I'd consciously forgotten. The knowledge that the person in front of me was not living in the same reality as me shot through me like pain. The awareness that the wrong word could have my mother ripping my throat out with her teeth shook me. "So, what's your friend's name?" "What do you mean?" Her eyes were no longer on me. They were in the tree line, tracing the shadows between the trunks. "Your friend, the one who owns this house?" "Yeah, it's his house. He doesn't come by much anymore, but he told me I was free to visit whenever. I just had to feed the cats when I did." She turned to look at me, but I knew she wasn't seeing her daughter. Her eyes drifted around me like she was evaluating a statue or a cut of meat. I looked away from her instinctively. I traced the same trees with my eyes, knowing that her unrelenting stare was on me all the while. Out of the other corner of my eye, however, I caught movement. I concentrated on it without looking, and realized I must be seeing the shed where the food had been. The roof was caved in, like the victim of a violent crime. The door was hanging off the hinges, and there, poking out from behind the rotten mass of the shed, was a figure. A grey form against the shadowed backdrop of the woods. It loomed from the darkness with something like curiosity. "You know, we might be here a while waiting," my mum said, eyes still on me. "Why don't you go lay down inside? I don't want you telling your father I kept you up all night." "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded 1,000 miles away. I felt like I was swimming through glass, slow and morbid, Why don't I go lay down in the car? That way, when we leave, you won't have to wake me up." "No." Her voice was stern now, harsh. "You'll hurt your back in the car, Casey. Lay down on the couch." "But you are my daughter," she shouted, her voice ringing in the night air. "When I tell you to go to sleep, you will go to sleep, goddammit. Do you understand?" I felt my breath go ragged, felt the tears falling, but I was no longer in my body. I was made of clay, soft and moldable, easy to smash and put away when you're done with it. My mum's arms were around me in an instant. "It's okay, honey. Mummy's here." She spoke like she hadn't been the one to shout at me, even as she led me into the abandoned cabin. "Mummy's going to make it all better. You just need to lay down now. All right?" She laid me down on the dusty couch and patted my cheek with one hand. Then she walked through the door, onto the porch, then onto the grass. "Here, kitty, kitty." She began to coo. "Here, kitty, kitty." I needed to get up. I needed to run. I needed to get to the car. But my limbs felt heavy and weak, like all it took was having my mother yell at me for that childhood fear to fall over me like chains. As I tried to slow my breathing, to regain control of my body, I heard my mother's voice grow fainter and fainter, like she was walking away from the cabin. Was she walking into the woods? That's when I noticed the other sounds. Not the shuffling from before, not the sounds of hiding. Sounds of walking, of carefully measured steps. I heard the boards creak in uneven rhythm, like something was slow dancing all wrong. I heard the dry rasp of nails on peeling wallpaper. I heard laughter that sounded wet and dry at the same time. Something began to move against the back of the couch, and I stared with half-closed eyes at its shadow on the wall. In the outline cast by the dim little lantern, I saw something clamber onto the back of the couch. It perched there like a gargoyle, but I could see that it was massive, the size of a man, balancing precariously on a worn piece of furniture that groaned in protest. The thing above me emitted a low growl, like the rumble of a distant earthquake. I felt a heavy wetness hit my shoulder and begin to run down my limp arm. I stayed still. Not by choice, not because I thought it would keep me alive. In that moment, I knew that I was dead, that I would never see my dad again. I knew that I was going to be eaten or murdered or torn apart by whatever this drooling thing was. And since I knew that to be true, I knew that there was no point in running, no point in fighting. It was over. All that was left was to accept it. "There you are, you nasty thing." My mum's voice cut through the tension like a flashlight through darkness. "Your friends are all out here. Don't worry. You can play with her later, after she's had her nap." Through the slits of my eyelids, I watched as the shadow of the figure leapt heavily to the ground. It danced violently into view, spinning in slow, uneven circles, before it came to rest on all fours by my mother's feet. It looked mostly human, but the proportions were all wrong. The arms were too long, the knees bent at impossible angles. As it followed my mum through the door, it looked back at me. Where the eyes should have been were spheres of black glass. The surrounding skin was mottled and scarred in horrible, twisting patterns. As it smiled, I saw that where the flat chiclets of teeth should have been were instead sharp splinters of bone that seemed to bleed freely. Long rivulets of bloody drool spilled out onto the hardwood. It cocked its head at me, the black glass looking into my soul. Then it leaned its head back, inhaled long and deep, and followed my mother through the door. "Good kitty," I heard my mother say from the porch. Her voice was drowned out by the sound of dry food being shattered by sharp teeth. The back door. That was all I could think of. The rusted screen door was my only hope of escape. I slid myself off the couch as quietly as possible, my knee landing softly on the tattered rug. I stayed low to the ground and crept around the couch, stepping only on boards that looked sturdy. "She'll be so excited to meet you all, pretty girl." My mum was still cooing to the things on the porch. "And I know you'll be so happy to see her too. I promised you more wet food, didn't I?" Once I reached the screen door, I took a deep breath. The door had been loud when my mum had opened it earlier. Looking at the rusty spring holding the door closed, I could only hope that had been the source. As I put my hand to the spring, a sound from the porch burrowed into my shaking bones. It was somewhere between a howl and a gasp, the sound of air running over broken windpipes. A song I didn't want to hear. It spoke to a deep, ancient part of my brain. It told me to hide. Shaking worse than ever now, I pulled at the spring just enough to pop it off the screw, holding it to the door. Then, my breath still, I pushed the door open and hoped for the best. It didn't make a sound. At least, not over the yowling from the porch. It swung open in silent invitation to the darkness. All that panic, all that fear, wouldn't let me be careful anymore. I could see the nose of the car in the carport, could practically taste the dust covering the tires. I couldn't wait. My feet were quiet as I ran through the grass, but the second I stepped onto the gravel of the carport, the porch singing stopped. "Casey?" My mum called. "Honey, where are you?" In moments of true panic, I've never experienced time moving any slower or faster, like people describe. For me, things just start happening all at once. In my mind, there is no delineation between the moment I pulled the door open, the moment I scrambled for the keys, or the moment I slammed the car into reverse. They all happened simultaneously, like photographs spinning in open air. As I changed gears to drive, however, I remember my mother standing in front of the car. The headlights played against the fabric of her dress. The dust kicked up by the car obscured her and the half-dozen creatures flanking her on either side. And in her eyes, I saw real hurt, a genuine sense of betrayal. "What are you doing?" I saw her mouth. I didn't answer. Instead, in flagrant violation of the 3 months I had left before I could drive a car without a guardian present, I tore down the driveway and away from this madness. I took every curve, inadvisably fast, feeling the inertia of the car, trying to buck me every time. I drove so fast that the cloud of dust behind me quickly obscured the house from view. Good riddance. I was almost to the main road when I caught sight of the thing in the corner of my eye. It was one of the creatures, the one from inside the house, loping easily alongside my reckless driving. Its glass eyes weren't looking ahead of it, however. They were locked on me, and as it stared me down with its smile, I knew something beyond a shadow of a doubt. I had imagined that these creatures were human, maybe deformed or mutated, but still human, and even driven insane with pain. A human could be reasoned with, could empathize with you on some level. But these weren't human. They had never been human, not by a long shot. In that smile, gleaming with blood, in the contortion of muscles where eyes should have been, I knew that these were something else, something other. This wasn't the shape of a human become alien, but of something alien, trying to appear human. It had only gotten the details wrong, after all. I exploded onto the paved road and took off in what direction I thought the highway had been, keeping an eye out for the creature. I saw it pacing along rooftops, tracking me through the flickering sodium vapor lights. By the time I hit the highway, the thing seemed to be gone, but I couldn't be sure. I think that was the point that I realized that tears were shattering on my thighs, that I was gasping air in through sobs. So I drove, not towards home, not towards anywhere in particular. I pushed the speed limit, trying to put as much distance between me and that awful, awful cabin. It wasn't until I felt something buzzing at my feet that I thought about stopping. In the chaos, my phone must have fallen to the floor. I grabbed at it and saw that I had a dozen texts from my dad and 20 missed calls. My tears changed then, no longer those of an escape. These were tears of someone about to be rescued. I pulled into a rest stop and called him, sniffling. I tried to explain, but before I could, he cut me off to ask where I was. I read him the address of the stop.
"Tell me everything,"
he said. I could hear him getting into his Nissan. So I did. I told him everything. I know that in stories like mine, the teenage daughter always holds back details, so she isn't thrown into a mental hospital. But I didn't even think to do that. I told my dad about the movie, about the tuna mac, about Mum saying that she just had to go feed some cats. When I told him about seeing the first creature behind the shed, I threw up in the passenger seat. When my dad eventually got to me, I fell into his arms and sobbed and screamed and shook there. And my father, the middle-aged IT professional with a bad hip, held me like I was 5 years old.
"We're going to call the police,"
he said, running his hand through my hair.
We're going to tell them the important bits. She took you to a strange place and made you feel afraid, right?
But how?
I don't think we can explain those other parts, honey. But I don't think they make a difference either.
I nodded. That made sense. We were halfway back home when the weight of the night settled over me, waves of tiredness washing me away from consciousness. I looked at the clock and smiled. It was 7 a.m. On the dot, I said, starting to drift away.
On the dot, kiddo. Just like I said.
That was a week ago. After we talked to the police, they sent a patrol car up to the cabin for my mum. When they got there, no one was around. All they found was an empty dog food bowl with my mother's shoes set neatly beside it. According to county records, the cabin had been abandoned for decades. The last owner had died before the turn of the century, and the land deed was split between his children. The police talked to all of them, but none of them had any connection to my mum. They assure us that they're still looking into it, but I'm not holding my breath. It doesn't matter anyway, because we're leaving. The house is already listed. My dad said he'd been doing online interviews for a new job in a new city. He stayed home from work all week, and he pulled me out of school. We keep the doors locked and the window drawn. The revolver he normally keeps in a safe is always nearby now. As soon as he can lock down a new job, he says we're booking our flights. We're getting away from this town, from my mum and her monsters. In the meantime, we're sleeping in the family room. I sleep on the pullout while Dad stays awake in the love seat, watching over me. I can't wait to leave though, because sometimes, as hard as he tries, my hero falls asleep. And sometimes when he does, and I listen really close to the silence, I can hear that awful, awful singing. And every night, it's getting a little bit closer.
I used to work stocking shelves at a grocery store. It wasn't all that bad, but every now and then you'd get some annoying customers that bother you. I like helping people, but it sucks when someone does something like insisting you totally actually have something in stock when you don't, or when someone yells at you because someone else dropped something. Stuff like that. But the strangest customer I've had to deal with made me quit my job, made me a little afraid to be around people at all. It was a day like any other, I guess. There was nothing that suggested it was going to be any different from any other mildly monotonous shift. I was in the latter half of my shift, the point where it's not quite time to go home yet. Around when I usually start to zone out. I was in the far corner that is usually always pretty quiet, stocking one of the ends of the aisles with the soup that was on special. Behind me was a little area, kind of separated from the main area, general merchandise. That's where we kept all the random crap, like kitchen stuff, pool toys, and the holiday stuff.
This clean-shaven guy with a brown buzz cut walked up to me and asked,
"Where's the ketchup, buddy?"
He was pretty tall, probably close to 7 feet. The guy had a really square jaw. He looked a little rough, but friendly at the same time. Just your average dude. He kind of struck me as a father. Just something about him. I don't know. His blue eyes had this look to them like he could have cracked into a joke at a moment's notice. Probably a pretty crude one. My first impression of this guy is important, considering what happened afterwards. I had to shake myself awake a little as I answered him. In aisle 15. He winked and gave me a thumbs up.
"Thanks, buddy. You're a lifesaver."
I smiled and went back to stocking the shelf, and saw him wander off into aisle 15 in the corner of my eye. A few minutes later, after I finished putting the first box on the shelf and went to take the next one off my cart, I saw the same guy was standing close by, looking down at me with this weird expression on his face. Embarrassment, I guessed. Then he smiled again.
"Where's the ketchup, buddy?"
I blinked. He shifted around a bit. Did he forget the aisle? Could he not find it? Or maybe we were just out of ketchup, though I doubted it. Whatever. It was no big deal, obviously. He must have been thinking about something else and forgot. Nothing to be embarrassed about. I pointed the aisle out to him that time. Aisle 15. He winked again and gave me another thumbs up.
"Thanks, buddy. You're a real lifesaver."
And he went to wander down the aisle. I laughed. He stopped and turned back to me just as he was about to turn the corner, and gave me this mildly perturbed look. I closed my mouth and then he went down the aisle, kind of stomping off. I didn't mean to be rude by laughing, and I thought he was having a laugh about it too. A minute later, I saw him going to the checkout with a girl. His wife, I assumed. In another 5 minutes or so, I had finished stocking that shelf end, so I started to bring the cart out back and load up to restock the sparkling water. When I got to the other end of the aisle, the same guy was standing there looking the other way. He seemed totally lost. He turned his head around and caught me in the corner of his eye, recollection flashing in them. He wasn't holding anything and didn't have a cart. "Didn't find the ketchup?" I asked him politely. He smiles, nods.
"Where's the ketchup, buddy?"
I can't help blurting out a little laugh, scratching my head. I wondered if he was fucking with me. Or maybe he was high. He had sounded exactly the same as the other times he'd asked it, almost like he was playing a recording instead of speaking. I decided to show him directly where the ketchup was. "Are we out?" I asked. The guy's smile quivered a little. Maybe he really couldn't find it. "Here, I'll show you where it is." I started walking down the aisle and, sure enough, I could see the ketchup from where I was. The guy blinked and watched me, but he didn't move. This way." I motioned down the aisle. His eyes widened a little, like I was speaking in a foreign language or something. Then, after hesitating, he stumbled after me. His demeanor had suddenly seemed so different from his confident appearance. He came after me shyly, like a lost kid, while I stood in front of the ketchup. The shelf was pretty much full, and if I'm being honest, there's no way someone could have overlooked it, unless they were blind or under the influence. I stood by it, and he kept walking until he stopped with a jolt right up next to me, like he didn't understand why I had stopped. He eyed me expectantly until he opened his mouth to say something. Then his lower lip trembled and shut his mouth again. Right here, sir." I pointed to the ketchup bottles. He blinked a few times, looked hard at me, like he was trying to calculate a 50-equation math problem in his head, scanned down my body, and rested his eyes on my pointing finger. It's needless to say it was a really awkward situation. The ketchup is there," I stammered out. His eyes suddenly lit up like he had won the lottery. His dilated pupils in his brown eyes shrunk. Then he smiled and nodded vigorously.
"Thanks, buddy. You're a lifesaver."
He gave me the same thumbs up. I laughed sheepishly. "Yeah, happens to the best of us. No worries." I wander awkwardly back to my cart, turning back to see him smiling contentedly at the ketchup. I loaded up some sparkling water onto my cart, but the raspy voice of Greg, the manager, stopped me.
"No, John."
Not my real name, but for reasons that may become apparent, I don't want to say my real name. He came out from behind one of the loaded pallets. He's pretty short, so I didn't see him at first. "Bring a pallet of the toilet paper that's on sale, out by general merchandise." Aye, Captain." Greg laughed, though it sounded more like he was choking. I swear the guy smokes at least 2 packs a day, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was 3. I got the pallet ready to take out, and started hauling it out towards the doors with the pallet jack. There was someone standing at the doors, probably about to go inside, but they retreated out from behind the plastic window as I approached, and I inwardly thanked them, since it's kind of hard to stop pulling a pallet once you get going. I pushed myself through the plastic doors, and someone laughed right next to me as I came out. I thought it was Greg, but I didn't see him go out ahead of me. It didn't sound quite like him either, just a little different, like someone was mocking him. I turned to the source and saw someone a lot taller than Greg standing there. It was the ketchup guy. He was there, smiling. He laughed again, doing his best impression of Greg's laugh. Then he spoke.
"Bring a pallet out by general merchandise."
He made his voice raspy, just like Greg's. I didn't really realize it then, but he was bending down a little bit. I just stared at him, taken aback, not really sure what he was up to. Then I kind of half-heartedly smiled, thinking that maybe he knew Greg, or maybe he was just mocking him. I laughed. Yeah, he must know Greg, I thought. He laughed again, sounding almost exactly like the grating chuckle I had heard out back from my manager. He scrunched up a bit more, coming under my height, still not sure how to react. I laughed uneasily and walked away. The guy called out again.
Bring a pallet out by general merchandise.
I said something in response. Maybe good one or something. I can't remember. And rushed briskly towards general merchandise. I just brushed the whole thing off as some weird joke, and I had to get my work done. It was a pretty long day by then. Up until that point, I've had run-ins with stranger people. As I put the pallet in place, this young guy with a goatee and glasses came up to me. "Excuse me, where's the washroom?" He had a British accent. I pointed it out to him. It's just around the corner from general merchandise. He ran off, and I noticed he had a bit of a limp with his right leg. He disappeared around the corner, running. I guess he really needed to go. I heard his heavy footfalls clack as he rushed to the door out of view. And at the same time, another set of footsteps approached me from one of the aisles, strangely similar. The sound of someone's unique footsteps isn't something I really ever paid attention to at all before. But with his limp, they were so distinct. I half expected the guy that just went around the corner to somehow come from the aisle and ask me where the bathroom was again. But it was the damn ketchup guy again. He rushed right up to me.
Excuse me, where's the washroom?
I raised an eyebrow. He had said it in a British accent, mocking the guy. When I didn't laugh or respond immediately, he looked around with a strange look. At the time, I thought he was embarrassed I didn't laugh. Whatever he was doing, I didn't find it funny. "Sir," I tried to be polite with him. "I don't know what you're doing, but I'm just trying to do my job, okay?" His eyes widened. He looked like he was going to cry. My other eyebrow raised. What was up with this guy? He looked around frantically.
Excuse me, where's the washroom?
I thought he was genuinely asking for a second, but he still said it in his mock British accent. He had to be fucking with me, but his body language and facial expression suggested otherwise. Sighing and shrugging, I pointed towards the washroom. He nodded, assured but still panicky, and rushed off around the corner. He ran with the same limp the British guy had. Before he rounded the corner, he turned back at me for just an instant. I couldn't read his expression. Shrugging to myself and shaking my head, I took the pallet jack out from under the pallet, when I heard a shout come from around the corner. "Good day, young man." An old lady greeted me as she passed by. I nodded to her, still looking in the direction of the corner. "Would you know where I can find the butter?" she asked me. I turned away from the corner and cleared my throat. Just down in aisle 17, right there." "Oh, and one more thing." She nodded and continued, while I glanced back towards the corner, a shiver running down my spine. 2 eyes peered at me from around the corner. My own eyes widened, but the 2 that looked back at me seemed to be filled with even more terror than mine. Someone was watching me from around the corner, and as the old lady spoke, his mouth moved. He was mouthing the things she was saying. "The cake mix. Do you know where it is?" "Aisle 12. I muttered. That wasn't where it was, but my mind was elsewhere. It was gripped by the twisted and gnarled hand of the uncanny. My stare remained locked with the panicked shifting eyes of the man that watched us in terror as he whispered the same response as the old lady. "Thank you so much." The old lady wandered off, and immediately after, the ketchup man rushed from around the corner, his neck bent down in a hunch just like the old lady, sweating profusely. I already knew what was coming, but it still didn't make it any less completely fucking bizarre. "Good day, young man," he cooed in the old lady's voice. My eyes twitched. It was an imitation, like a parrot repeating human speech, but it was pretty damn close to the old lady's voice. That grip on my brain tightened, squeezed. It had to be a prank, but there's no way that it was. Someone pulling a prank wouldn't look like that, wouldn't be shivering. He seemed just as shocked as me. He was on the verge of tears. Genuine, pure stark anxiety was displayed clearly on his face. I didn't know what to feel. An emotion I still don't understand racked my body. I shuddered, and the man trembled. His neck twitched, like the nerves inside of them were readjusting. Or maybe it was his vocal cords. And then, "Would you know where I can find the butter?" he asked in the old lady's voice. It wasn't like before. It didn't sound like a bad impression anymore, or like an impression at all. It was the old lady's voice. My jaw hung loose, and he seemed composed for half a second before he trembled again and bit his lip. I couldn't tell which of us was more horrified. It didn't make any sense. My mind tried to process why he could be doing what he was doing. When I didn't respond, he stuttered, stammered out some gibberish with the same intonations of the old lady. And then an announcement came over the speakers. A female voice. "Porter to aisle 8 for a wet cleanup." The guy looked straight up, opened his mouth, let it hang, gurgled, and then he repeated the announcement. But he didn't just say it. He repeated it exactly as it had been played by the speakers. His voice had the slight mechanical tint to it that a voice coming out of a speaker did. He said it in the woman's voice. He looked down at me, smiled with wide eyes. I shouted out something at him. It was a purely visceral reaction. There wasn't any sense to it. My mind overwhelmed and recoiling from something I couldn't process. "I don't know what the hell you're doing, but please, leave me alone." He jumped back when I shouted, brought his hands up like I was going to hit him. Tears pattered against the floor. The guy started crying. He started sobbing. His whole body was shaking like he was having a seizure. And he muttered, "Excuse me, where's the washroom?" in the British accent of the guy that had originally asked me the question. I looked around. Nobody else was nearby. I didn't know what to do. Who the hell in my situation would know how to respond to something like that? It was so far removed from human behavior. I could only stare. Beneath my stare, he sobbed something out.
"Hey, buddy,"
and cut himself off, his voice trailing into Greg's rough laugh, and he ran away, his back hunched over, his right leg limping. He rushed into the general merchandise area, going behind one of the shelves. I don't know what I would have done if I was still alone then, but someone spoke next to me, a raspy voice.
"What's going on here?"
It was Greg. It was actually him, and not just the guy mimicking his voice. I don't know what I told Greg. I spotted out a fractured 10-second version of what had happened, still overcome with confusion and horror, and I don't know what else. I pointed to the shelf the guy had run behind, and there were his 2 brown eyes, watching us. I had fucking goosebumps over my whole body, felt an indescribable feeling in my gut. Everything about it was wrong. Greg started and muttered,
"What the hell?"
The thing whispered it back. Greg went into general merchandise, approaching the guy. The guy looked like he wanted to run and hide, but as Greg asked him what he was doing, and he mouthed it back, the guy came out from around the corner, squatting to Greg's level.
"What are you doing?"
The guy tilted his head at Greg as he repeated him, backing up, retreating like a cornered rabbit. Greg's eyes narrowed. I followed after him. I don't know why. I felt like something awful was going to happen. And I was right. I really wish I hadn't. In the general merchandise area, there's this really loud air conditioner in the corner. Greg had the guy backed right up to it. Greg's a pretty no bullshit kind of guy, so when the thing started repeating him, he wasn't having it.
"Listen, buddy, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to leave."
The guy was crying again. He laughed in Greg's laugh. What the f... And then, as he brushed against the air conditioner, the guy's eyes widened so much, I thought they would pop out of his skull. He straightened like he had been suddenly electrocuted, and he screamed. He screamed with many voices and tones, all at once, like there was a whole crowd trapped inside of his throat, and it echoed through the whole damn building. Greg backed up. I stood stock still. The guy had fallen to his knees. He brought his hands up to cover his face and sobbed. And the whole time he sobbed, he kept speaking in different voices, repeating the same things that he had repeated to me.
"Where's the ketchup, buddy?"
"Good day, young man."
"Bring a pallet out by general merchandise."
Greg's laughter mixed with his own sobbing.
"Thanks, buddy. You're a lifesaver."
He brought one of his hands away from his face. It trembled in front of him, and he slowly formed it into a thumbs up. Then he laughed in Greg's laugh again, and started scratching at his throat with his other hand, still keeping the thumbs up. He fell face first on the floor, and curled up into the fetal position. By then, a few people had come over to see what was going on. I heard shocked gasps around me, but I didn't avert my eyes. He kept repeating the same sentences, again and again and again, sometimes mixing up the voices. The whole time he was crying. Greg uttered to me that he was going to get security. I said something incomprehensible and kept watching. I remember having a strange thought then. Scrunched up there, he looked just like a fetus, torn out of the womb too early. Then the guy went stiff as a board, looked straight up at the ceiling with a deadpan expression, and he started humming. He was making the same sound as the loud air conditioner. It didn't sound like a person trying to make a mechanical sound. It sounded identical, like an echo. His whole face and neck were twitching and writhing around like it was melting, boiling, or like something was inside of it, trying to pry his own face off. He did that for about 30 seconds, before looking up at me, pure despair in his eyes. "Please." He said it in my voice. Exactly in my voice. I gasped something out, and my bewilderment seemed to send him even further over the edge. He leaped up, hunched over, and limped past me as fast as he could, rushing out toward the entrance. I watched him leave. Maybe I should have done something, but I was too utterly shocked to do anything but stare when it happened. And even if I could have moved, what could I have done? What could I even have done? Greg came back with the security guard. I didn't tell them the whole story. Just said that the guy ran off. They laughed it off. Greg let me take a break after that. I didn't say anything to anyone the rest of the day. I quit my job that night. I don't go to that grocery store anymore, and I try to avoid strangers as much as possible. Whenever someone opens their mouth, I almost expect them to start acting like that. I don't know what happened to that man, or what he was. If he was even human or what, I don't know. I just don't know. What time is it? I don't know. I did know. It was 11:55 p.m. I lose motivation to talk properly when I'm tired, although this was definitely an overreaction. At most, it would have taken an extra second to tell him the time. But I wasn't really thinking. I just wanted to get home, ignoring all social interactions. I didn't even look up to see this man's face. He left without saying anything, limping as he walked, leaving me alone at the bus stop, waiting for the final departure of the night. A single minute past midnight was the usual time on the schedule, although it's almost always late, despite only ever having a few passengers at most. My late shift at work had me used to the empty hours of the night. This specific part of town lacked in nightlife entertainment, leaving little reason to be out after dark. The shops were long closed, waiting for the bustling environment of the next morning. Until then, they remained silent. Some had their lights on all night long, spilling echoes of life into an otherwise inactive street. If the rapture occurred with me at this bus stop, it would take a long while for that news to reach me, as I simply continue waiting for an ever-late, never-arriving bus. These are the kind of thoughts I have as I wait in the dark for the bus. The occasional breaks in these thoughts are often caused by me checking the digital sign above me, displaying an estimated time for all upcoming departures. Expecting to see 5 minutes, or perhaps a more delayed 10 minutes. I hadn't planned on having to read a whole sentence. So, as I finished checking the sign, only then did my mind realize that it had not even seen a number. I had checked the sign but did not comprehend the content. My double take showed me what I had missed. The next bus is not real. Do not board. I stared for a moment before looking around. What I expected to see, I do not know. Perhaps some pranksters giggling at their work. Or more sinisterly, a shadowy figure looming over to guide this paranormal event. Nothing. I saw nothing. The same street I had become familiar with had nothing new. It remained empty, with me as its only sign of life. So, I waited. It was 11:59 p.m. by this point, so only 2 more minutes remained. On time, for what may have been the first time ever, the bus arrived. A single minute past midnight, and here it was, pulling around the corner, approaching the stop. I put my hand out to signal my need to board, feeling relieved that my only way home hadn't been cancelled. As the bus approached, I noticed the dark interior. The headlights were on, but the lights inside were all off. I could not make out whether any passengers were on board, or even who the driver was. Being a regular, I know most of the final route drivers, but this time, it was anybody's guess. I got onto the bus, putting down the same change I always do. Bit dark, isn't it? Nobody replied, as the doors closed behind me, and the bus continued its way forward. I smiled awkwardly, despite knowing that the driver could not see me, and found a seat. I never found out whether there were any more passengers, but I can only hope that nobody else had to go through these next events. Almost immediately, I noticed stops being omitted from the route. A turn missed here, a completely wrong turn taken there. A panic set in that I had somehow gotten onto the wrong bus, despite knowing for a fact that this is the bus I always get is the only local one that runs this late. Convincing myself that an unfortunate series of road closures had occurred, I remained calm and waited it out. After 10 minutes of this, we had circled back to the stop I had boarded at. In front of us, I noticed a more normal bus. The bus I was supposed to board. The lights were on, with a few passengers. It was waiting at the stop. I spoke slightly louder than the rumble of the engine. "Excuse me, can I get off? I'm on the wrong bus." No answer. As we slowly passed the correct bus, I could see the passengers inside all staring ahead. My gaze followed theirs, meeting an ambulance, parked just slightly in front. A small group of paramedics knelt down in the beam of the bus's headlights, surrounding a body on the floor. I couldn't make out the body's face, as it was just out of sight, although one leg looked twisted. The passengers looked distraught, whilst the bus driver stood, talking to the paramedics. I stood up. I need to leave at the next stop. As I spoke, I pressed the bell, and the only sign of any internal lights lit up at the front of the bus. Stopping. The sign then immediately turned off. Subsequent bell presses neither made the sound, nor lit up the sign. I need to... The bus sped up suddenly, the force pushing me back into my seat. As I tried to stand up again, the wheels screeched as we turned a sharp corner, without seeming to slow down at all. Again, the force pushed me back down. The speed continued to rise. The wheels on the bus went faster and faster, until the outside world became simply a blur. I had never seen a car go this fast, let alone a road vehicle as large as this. I thought for sure that I was going to die, right there. "What are you doing?" I found myself yelling out amid the panic. The driver, for the first and last time, spoke. "I don't know." My mind raced almost as fast as my body was being thrown about. The world beyond the windows soon morphed into a void of black, although the effects of our speed were still evident on my body, as the velocity pushed me in all directions. It felt as though we had somehow gotten even faster, although this may have been the darkness forbidding my eyes of any reference for our true speed. We came to a sudden stop as I fell forward. The fall was violent, but still not as bad as you'd expect for a speed change of that magnitude. My nose hit the floor, causing a great deal of pain. I stood up, holding my face, trying to regain my balance. As the dizziness subsided, I began to notice where I was. We were outside my home. The bus stop I get off at is a 5-minute walk from here. Yet here we are, directly outside my house. The doors gently opened, despite my desire to leave as fast as possible. I found myself walking to the front of the bus. As I reached the door, I stopped. Turning around slowly to face the still shrouded in darkness bus driver, I spoke what I always do. "Thank you." I stepped onto the pavement outside as the doors closed behind me, followed by the bus driving forward into the darkness. I looked down at my watch. A minute past midnight.
Hello, Sinister listeners. If you've enjoyed this story, then you'll find all the author's information in the description below. For more content, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to succumb to the sinister.